Hope it's been a good one. It's been rainy here. Had quite a thunderstorm. Um, Leading up to that, the market's been interesting. Closed in Canada for Canada Day, but is open in the States. Was and things are up. I'm gonna go through what happened in my portfolio this time last year, so you have an idea where we're at, happened, and what's changed, and what stayed the same. And made no trades, ended the day down 3.5%, like a kick in the nuts, if I wasn't expecting it, to $116,600. 116,600. I suppose it could have been worse. So, as you can see, it was an interesting day. Um, Day, I didn't make any moves, didn't make any trades, didn't make any changes to my, and that's because it's a holiday. And I didn't see so and I didn't have any free cash. That's the big, because everything that I have is invested currently either in the big uh, funds like the ETFs or stocks. So I'm totally invested. I don't have any free cash right now, but that's okay. My day ended off up, uh, despite what the bank says. Being they claim that I'm down 1,300. I'll show you why I track everything personally. But the bank claims that I'm down 0.3%, and I know from personal tracker that I'm actually doing. I'll go through what happened today and why I know that my portfolio is actually doing all right. Problem of running a anyways. Um, on screen I have my balance today, which came up to 191,334, $191,334, which was a loss according to the bank of 1,300 and change. Compared with the TSX, I did poorly, which was up 0.1% today. Despite it being closed, I don't get that. But both the TSX, or both the S&P 500 and Nasdaq were down today. So it follows that it's kind of interesting that it's actually up. Show you what happened and start. Like I said, I didn't make any trades today, but my portfolio was up because of holdings of Microsoft. XEQT is showing positive, but there was no moves on that today, so I don't really get it. Apple was positive, and my leap for Netflix actually gained some altitude. Nice. Doesn't always happen that way. Wasn't all positive though. There were some kind of drags on the portfolio. The worst today was Compass Pathways. That gave up 500 and change. Nvidia, the leap for them was down because Nvidia dipped back below $200 today, and AST Space Mobile dropped a bit, unfortunately. So it is what it is. And as I mentioned, this time last year, my portfolio was sitting a lot different than it is now. It was at $160,000 after a loss, and here we are, full 12 months later, and we're at 191, 334, and I've made some changes since then to be a little more conservative and protect what I've got, um, rightly or wrongly. And as far as other holdings, I did update my spreadsheet today simply because I am getting automatic dividend reinvestment happening. Should happen tomorrow or the next day with my holdings of XEQT, the iShares ETF that holds virtually everything. Um, that should be reflected tomorrow when the banks open again. But there was a cash deposit made to my account because of those dividends. And although it's not reflected in this spreadsheet, on screen I have the current balance, which is actually showing it for the RDSP portion, $190,240, which is actually a gain since yesterday of $1,400. So I'm almost 1,500. I don't know where the bank is getting the numbers from, but they're the ones who hold the gold, so their rules rule. But it's interesting that despite the uh, difference, I'm showing a positive. So this is partly why I think it's important for myself to track progress, independent of what the bank says. Because you know, this time yesterday, 425 every night, every afternoon. Now I'm doing this. Um, showed a gain of whatever yesterday, and here we are. So the bank's been a little off, and I don't really get it. I don't know if it's their technology or if it's something that I'm doing wrong, but I think tracking on my own makes more sense. So that's why I've been doing it. And yeah, been been good to do that on my own and to track. And like I said, it is Canada Day, so it's a holiday. Nobody's really paying attention to investing right now. Um, States Independence Day is coming, so uh, that should be for everybody there. Um, and yeah, but today was pretty relaxed. Nothing going on. Thinking about the rules that I've adopted and um doing some investing in my cash account instead of inside the RDSP just to play a little bit, I guess. Speculate where I should be using the RDSP stuff. Been on my mind, and not there yet, but it will be. Here we are. This is going to be a short one because I didn't do anything. My portfolio is up. Um, it's been an interesting, good day. Um, hope it was for everybody else. Uh, said this will be short and sweet. 191 today, and 106 this time last year. So that's a pretty decent gain. It's almost doubling. Crazy. Think about it. But here we are. Anyways, been a good one. And like I said, not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just sharing what I'm doing and what's working for me and what's not. And yeah, something's doing something's portfolios is where it is. So I must have done something right over the last year, but last week it sure didn't feel like it. Last week felt uh, like a rude awakening. Um, Maybe I needed it, maybe I didn't. I don't know, but sure hurt. Anyways, it is what it is. Hope you had a good one. Enjoy your evening with the fireworks. And my dogs are going to be frightened because fireworks to my. But anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. Uh, Enjoy your day. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Well, that was a day. Um, not too active, but it was a pleasant day for me. I received a Canada Disability Savings grant in my account because every month I deposit $100 to my portfolio. Sorry, I'll just put out this light, close this blind, make it a little easier to see. Um, and yeah, so I got $300 in my account today that I didn't have at the beginning of the month because yesterday was a bank holiday. Um, the money actually came into my account on the 30th, but wasn't processed until the 1st. So it was a pleasant surprise to find an extra $300 in the account today. And because I do a $100 deposit every month, um, that $100 will show up in the account probably on Monday because of the processing delay. So, with all that, I'll show you what I did with my account today, why it's down a little bit, and, all to do with jobs numbers and concerns. So, let's get into it. So on screen, I've got the one trade that I made today, which was as a result of um, the $300 deposit I received in the account. Um, that was for 6 shares of CBIL, the Canadian Treasury Bond ETF. My plan is to restock the cash buffer that I have up to 10%. Right now, I'm sitting at about 6% of my total is in cash. Um, it's okay, but I would like it to be more. Who wouldn't? And it's just a matter of sleep at night money, really. So on screen, I have my balance for the day, which includes my tax-free savings account. According to the bank, I'm down $1,039, which is a decline of 0.54%, which kind of hurts when the TSX is positive and the S&P 500 was, virtually unchanged, but the Nasdaq was down. So I guess I did better than I would have had I just invested in the Nasdaq. Hey, what is up, broski? Um, yes, Twin Butt Energy is at zero in my RDSP. Um, I didn't get any notification from them. Hi, Jerry. Yeah, chip stocks were down again today. That was kind of rough. How's it going, exhausted investor? So it was a rough day, according to the bank, but I'm still positive. I'm up $300 because of government grants, so you can't beat that. The things that were rough on the portfolio today were things like Nvidia, um, Redwire, Space Stock, and Alphabet, and that has to do with their lawsuit in the European Union. Apparently, they lost some kind of appeal, so that's unfortunate. Um, Space and stuff was kind of down in general. I think people are selling off to take profit. I don't know, but that's what I heard on the news this morning. That a lot of portfolio managers kind of rebalanced at the beginning of the quarter. The things that were good were Apple, uh, Netflix, Leap, Microsoft, and yes, what is up, broski? Sana did well today. It was nice to see. was good to see. Sana Biotechnology added about $200 to my portfolio today, thankfully. Sold 30K worth of stock. Oh man, exhausted investor. That's pretty cool. Is this? Sorry, my chat window just disappeared here. There we go. XEQT was down, yeah, a little bit. It wasn't horrible. So overall, not a horrible day, not a great day. Yeah, I've seen better, I've seen worse. I wish I had bought Meta. Um, Good call, Jerry Atkin. What's his name? Bill Ackman is right. Yeah, and the PE ratio does look good on Meta. I think I might add to it, but the pop yesterday with the 10% up because they're getting into the cloud business, that I didn't want to jump in on that. Feels like I might be paying too much if I jumped in right now. I don't know. Or just adjusting my chat window. I like what they're doing. Meta. I'm just going to bring up my spreadsheet for the day. I've been working on something that I think will benefit more people that are um, on the RDSP, and that is a calculator for the lifetime disability assistance plan or payments, sorry, LDAPs. When we turn 60, there's a certain formula that the feds use to calculate exactly how much money we can get out of the RDSP every year. It's not great because there's a maximum that you can withdraw every year without penalty, and that figures out to a certain number. There's a certain formula, and I'm trying to calculate something that'll show, every year up until 83 when that's when the maximum applies to that. But I'm not there yet. I'll show you where I'm at. Still learning how to use this streaming software. There we go. That's better. All right, I can finally see what's happening in the chat. My screen is a little different than yours. But anyways, I'm going to bring up my spreadsheet and share with you where we're at today. I've updated the contribution page, which shows what the government did, and it reflects the $300 that they've added. My $100 won't show up until next week, but that's that. Progress wise, getting a little up from yesterday by about almost 200 bucks. So we're back around 19% of the goal. And yeah, the RDSP, you're right. What is up, Broski? That I need to talk to the bank about getting rid of Twin Bud Energy. It's worth nothing. It's just it's a reminder of how I messed up. Which, it's good to be humbled once in a while, I think. But it's not necessary for it to be there. I've been looking at the other things that I'm holding and waiting for the deltas to either decline to the level I want to get rid of them or roll them out or change up what I'm doing. But I'm glad to see Sana was up today. That was nice. So it was a good day overall. How about everybody else? Anybody buy anything today? That Meta does look pretty good to me. I've been waiting for an entry point, probably to buy a shorter term leap like 2027. Either that or a few shares. I haven't decided yet, but I don't want to make my position any larger than about 3 to 5% of my total portfolio. So math wise, I think that works out to about $6,500 thereabouts, Canadian, that I can spend on an exposure to Meta. Oh, VCN. Congratulations. That's nice. My dividends for XEQT should be showing up sometime this week or next, I think. Maybe that's why XEQT is down a little bit today. I don't know. The dividend went out on the 30th. And it takes the bank a day or so to process it seems. I got mine set up in a drip, so I should be getting the additional shares sometime next week. What are you going to do with your dividends there? What is up, Broski? I tell you, I got to find a better short-term parking lot for cash, because CBIL works. It's not volatile, but it doesn't pay very much. I've been looking at what Americans get for parking cash, and I really like what the Brits get right now, because those gilts are paying like a lot of interest. But I'm not too sure how to access them as a Canadian. It's interesting though. Like I'd love to know what's involved in buying foreign bonds. Probably an ETF will be what I do, but I'd like to know what's involved. Sold some. What is up, broski? You sold some XEQT, VCN. The reason I'm staying with XEQT currently is now. Yeah, I wouldn't argue with you that Canada's looking pretty good right now. But my understanding is with this new Trump account for the kids, that's just going into the S&P 500. So I'm imagining there's going to be quite a pump in that. And XEQT, I think, is it 45% US? and then um, I forget 24%, 25% Canadian, something like that. But I would like to increase my Canadian exposure. I think I was holding what was it? It wasn't VCN. Drawing a blank. VDY. Um, VDY was up like 40-50% last year. So you got your dividend too. Good. That's really good. So you just do the CQT drip as well. I don't see why not. And then they don't, as I recall at TD, they don't charge you a fee when you do a drip. That's part of why I was doing it when I was a customer there. I was, as a way to avoid the extra $10 charge every time you do a trade. That always factored into my decisions. The trading fees. I would love it if Robinhood was, supporting the RDSP up here. I would switch in a heartbeat. Or any of the discount brokers that are more tech savvy, like yeah, they don't charge a fee if you get a treasure. That's good. Yeah, that's really good. It's one way to save a few bucks, and it's better in your pocket than theirs. That's what I figure it, anyways. Hey, Jerry. I think I might buy some Meta. I've been studying it and waiting for an entry point. I guess today would have been a good one, but I missed the boat today. It's never too late. Are you gonna buy some more Meta? Do you think, Jerry? Let's see what Meta's doing right now. They are in my watch list, and I track them along with the other Magnificent Seven. Ackman thinks it is uniquely positioned. That's good. That's really good. And with them renting out uh, their cloud infrastructure, that makes a lot of sense. What is up, broski? Rumors. Well, Simple will eventually support RDSP. I hope they do. We need more competition in trading in Canada. Um, Communications issue. Mm. Well, it's it's been my experience, anyways, because I've transferred. I've only done the transfer once for myself and once for my brother. Um, I was able to transfer in kind, and uh, but if Wealthsimple doesn't support that, that's no good. Um, yes, Jerry. CapEx and mm, My issue with Zuckerberg isn't necessarily his attitude, though it's not great. My issue with Zuckerberg is that he's holding all the cards with the company. My understanding is he's got all the votes. Um, he can you know out uh, outvote everybody, and I just don't understand how that works. If he's not a majority shareholder, he shouldn't be able to control everything. I don't think, anyways. I just lost my chat window. Um, oh, there it went. Weird. You're okay with the founder making the decisions in yeah, I can see that. Um, I can see the appeal, and same with Musk and Tesla and SpaceX. I, the founder does have a vested interest in seeing the company do well, as long as they're holding you know significant stake. That's all that I want to see. Um, it's just it's a different company structure, right? Like if he only holds 17% of the company but has 90% of the votes, I don't know. I don't know what his holdings are now. Zuckerberg's in the company. It'd be interesting to know, exactly how much equity he has in it. I'm sure it's significant. I don't trust this Mark as much. Ah, yes. What is that, Broski? Is dual class shares. You're right. Hmm. Right. Sometimes it's 10 votes. I think Google's like that as well, now that you mention it. Um, you don't trust Mark as much. Oh, Musk. Um, yeah, he sells it. That's for sure. But I'm with you. I think Meta's worth looking at, and it's my intent to pick some up. Whether I do it in leaps or in stock, I haven't decided yet. Last time I looked at leaps um, for Meta, they were pushing 20,000 Canadian dollars, which is just too rich for my blood. Um, and that was for a 70 Delta, as I recall, uh, sometime last year, uh, or a couple of months ago. Feels like last year. But let's take a look at Meta. What do you think of the jobs numbers in the States? They're looking a little soft, which should have been good for the market. I'm surprised we're kind of ended the day down in Nasdaq. You're gonna hold Meta until it doubles. Nice. I think that's reasonable, Jerry. I've seen it double. I remember buying Meta after it had, the metaverse fiasco. It dumped big time, and I made the mistake, I think, of selling out of my 100 shares of Google earlier, but it made up too much of my portfolio. It was just too large a position. It was making me a little nauseous with the every little move on that $50,000 worth of Alphabet was just too much for me. I should have sold some, I think, but I was trying to do the covered call thing. Yes, Jerry, in 2022. And then was that when they started the metaverse talk? When they changed their name? I'm drawing a blank here as to when Meta became Meta and wasn't Facebook anymore. 22 comes to mind. I know they were punished big time when they talked about spending, I don't know how many billions of dollars a month on the metaverse. Investors didn't like it. I remember because I was holding it and it was November or something. I just don't remember which year now. Meta Platforms is currently sitting at 582. Might be an entry point. I'll look at it more seriously tomorrow. Yeah. You know what though? I don't feel bad for companies that move fast and break things, trying to build something new. Um I'm glad they put it on the back burner though eventually and didn't try and continue to beat a dead horse. It didn't make sense. I didn't understand how people were selling stuff like properties in the metaverse. That was a thing for a bit. Neat idea. Yes, I agree. The company is valuable even after the disaster. Um, they're an advertising machine, and the permissions you give the app when you put it on your phone, it's listening all the time. It feels like it, anyways. Because I'll talk about buying something and then I'm seeing ads for it, and I didn't search for those things. You know, um, like I'll talk privately at home about buying something within earshot of my phone, and next thing you know, I'm seeing ads in Marketplace or in my feed on Facebook. Smart. It's just brilliant. But I studied advertising in school years ago, so I can appreciate a good bit of technology. The meta's worth looking at. Yeah, I think so too. I'll bring it up on the screen so everybody can see what I'm looking at. There we go. So on screen, I've got the current look at Meta. After hours, they're up a bit. I don't know if the whole market's closed tomorrow or if it's a part day. I saw a notification on the screen. Yeah, I agree. Well, that's how I'm at with Microsoft right now and Alphabet and Apple. I think they're not as cheap as Meta right now, but they're a Mag 7, and there's the whole Mango thing now that we're supposed to be paying attention to. Meta, um, Meta, Alphabet, uh, or Meta Anthropic. What's it, N? I don't know. I did a video on it a little while ago. Mangoes. That's the new acronym. It was FANGMA, and then it was the Magnificent Seven, and now apparently it's Mangoes. I know Anthropic and OpenAI are supposed to be in there, and SpaceX, um, and Meta, Anthropic. What's the N? I'm drawing a blank. I hear you about not being an expert. I'm not an expert either on anything. I just I try and pay attention to what the experts are saying, and buy accordingly. Because there's people that spend their lives studying this stuff, and they got a lot, the lot riding on it, a lot more than me. Um, I think you can learn a lot by paying attention to what the big boys are doing. Volumes down. I guess 4th of July, Independence Day is upon us, and Friday's going to be a thin day if it's a day at all. I don't know if it's a full day or if it's a half day like other times. I was going to search. Ah, so they're closed the whole day. Damn, that explains why the sell off. I didn't realize, but it makes sense. Long weekend, people not taking risk into the weekend, or taking money off the table. There's going to be lots of talks about what is to buy in the long weekend, I'm sure, and Monday, Tuesday will be an interesting session. But what a day! I'm glad it wasn't too too bad. It could have been worse. I think this time last year, I was doing a little bit better, if I recall correctly.
Need a workspace that moves as fast as you?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
That's not what I wanted to show you. Yeah, I agree. Looking at Ackman or any of the big guys. Do you follow him on Substack or anything? Posted at the end of Q1 stocks. On the S&P. Yeah, I remember. Best quarter since 2020. That's yeah. Okay, I'll have to follow him on X. Um, It sounds like it's worthwhile. Anyways, Bill Ackman. I'll have to check him out. Yeah, so this time last year, I think I was actually up on the day. Hmm. You know, I like watching what he has to say. Um, I like the guy in charge of Oak Tree Capital. And name's escaping me right now. Um, follow him. Got some of his books, but my mind is not focused right now on the name. I gotta look it up. Yes, Howard Marks. Yes, that's right. It's just been a while. He's I think got nothing to gain, nothing to lose. You know, he's at the age where he just wants to share what he's learned. Um, and he's you know, I think he's satisfied. You know, he seems trustworthy. I'm sure he's got his own interests, but you know, I like that guy. And Ray Dalio, I like following what he has to say. Although he's kind of an alarmist, I think he's um, saying the economy's in a lot of trouble. Warren Buffett, Howard Marks, Bill Ackman. Yeah, it's good company, good people to follow. I think I'll have to add Bill Ackman to the list. You're right. You're right about the responses. He's not a good interviewer. Um, and you know he'd lost. I think he was humbled by his thinking that the sky was falling back in the 80s, as if I recall correctly. Uh, reading or watching his history, but you know, not everybody's cut out to do media. That's for sure. So it was a good day for everybody. It seems. I'm glad. Hopefully, tomorrow on the Canadian market is reasonably good. We'll see what happens. I don't know, but tomorrow's another day, and hopefully it's a good Independence Day for our American friends, those who consider us friends still. Not everybody does, but you know, we're all just people. That's the way I look at it. It's our governments that are having a spat. I don't get it. Bill Gross. I gotta look him up. I liked uh I like listening to pretty much everybody, and you know, taking little pearls of wisdom along the way. I think yeah, like Buffett, and I like listening to old Charlie Munger interviews. Um, and there's a few guys on YouTube that I think are reasonably, you know, they've got their own interests for sure, but um, Invest with Henry, and what's the other one? Uh, Felix and Friends, the German guy. Um, he's got some pretty good ideas, I think, but I can't endorse him or anything. I listen to what he has to say and pay attention and do my own thing. But some of his suggestions have worked out okay for me, like the health stocks, the psychedelic stuff, um, Compass Pathways. I heard on Bloomberg when I first bought into it, and then there's Atai Beckley, which I heard from Felix and Friends, and what's the other one? Definium uh, became a thing that I heard about through him as well. I think it was called Mind Med when he was talking about it, though. And there's pearls of wisdom everywhere, but you gotta be willing to discard some things, I think. So, yeah, it's been a good one. Hope it was a good one for everybody else. Hope it's a great Independence Day for our American friends and family. And yeah, thank you everybody for watching. If you have any thoughts or questions about the Registered Disability Savings Plan or investing as a disabled person, I do this on trading days at 4:25 p.m. To give markets time to digest and the news cycles to calm down and just kind of wrap up what happened to my portfolio over the course of the day and kind of offer peer support for other investors. So, I'm not an advisor, I'm not an expert, I'm just another traveler on the way. Ackman, I don't usually listen to his stock picks. Mm. So he's been so spot on, it's hard to ignore, eh? Hmm. I was listening to Bloomberg this morning, and yeah, one of the advisors was or analyst was talking about Microsoft looking pretty decent right now, even though it's been beat up pretty bad. So I'm holding on. I think I got 20 shares of Microsoft or so, 25, something like that. So his calls were good for the bunch of times. That's pretty good batting average. I mean, nobody's right all the time, but you can make a lot of money while you're right when you're right. I've learned it's all about risk management though and controlling the downside, like not taking those YOLO bets and controlling the risk seems to be the key. Warren Buffett had an article in October 2008. Buy America. Right on. Yeah, makes sense. And there's the Buffett indicator that's kind of gone awry right now. I keep hearing warnings that the value of the S&P 500 exceeds the GDP quite significantly, or what is it? Debt to I got to look it up again. But it is what it is. Buffett indicator. I got to look it up. It's a ratio that he come up with. Um, oh, just something he mentioned once, and people are living by it. Okay, that makes sense. So, does it mean anything? Who knows? But I agree with the sentiment. Don't bet against the U.S. economy. Doesn't make sense. And Canada, I think, has some resilience too. It's been showing, despite everything that's gone on. We're still standing. Hmm. Interesting how the media likes to latch on to things. Hmm. It probably still. Hmm. Well, I don't know about the Buffett indicator. It keeps getting mentioned, so it's interesting to me, just to bear in the back of my mind, and that's why I keep a little bit of cash because you just don't know. Um, I think nobody knows. Might be silly, but some sleep at night money I think is important in the portfolio. I just feel better with a few $1,000 that are sitting there, making a little bit of interest and not at risk. I'm trying to build my cash pile back up to 10% of my portfolio. And the thinking is that when stuff goes on sale, I'll be able to buy. It's knowing when to buy has been the challenge for me. And I'm trying to reduce my YOLO bets. I think you're right. Um, and I was hearing on the news today that in the states with high yield interest bonds, you can get like 6% right now. The only reason I haven't looked at buying U.S. bond in ETFs is I get taxed at 15% as a foreigner in my registered disability savings plan, so it's not always worth it. Um, 15% off of 6% makes it like five and a bit. So it's better than I'm getting in the short-term treasury ETF, but also more volatile. It seems to change with the news cycles. So I don't know, but I've been looking at it. thinking maybe I should just pay the, but I don't like paying foreign tax. There should be some kind of exemption for, you know, U.S. to invest in Canada and Canada to invest in the U.S. Hmm. No, he doesn't understand AI. You're right. And maybe it's his age. Maybe, like he also didn't buy Microsoft back in the day, as I recall, even though he was friends with Bill Gates, which he's probably questioning now that the whole Epstein thing's going on with Gates. But it's interesting. He's paused his payments to the Gates Foundation apparently on wanting to investigate ties between that and Epstein, which is unfortunate because I think the Gates Foundation did some good things over their time. I recall their mosquito net project and other things. Of course, it's all kind of self-serving, I think, but mm, so he's tired. He's getting old. That's why he stepped back. I guess it's Abel. Will do a better job. Hopefully, steering the ship and with a little better grasp on new things. Makes sense. I'm trying to understand this new IPO for Bending Spoons. I think the name's kind of funny, but Bending Spoons apparently is a kind of a holdings company of a bunch of old names that we all kind of knew, like AOL and Vimeo, and there's a few others that are in their portfolio. Um, I didn't realize all those companies had any value left, but apparently they do. They've got patents and things. So, Bending Spoons is one that I'm looking into. They're gonna drop probably as the IPO progresses, but um, if they've got some things in their stable and they kind of buy things on the value proposition that things are undervalued when they buy them, I think it'll be interesting to see. Let's see if I can find their ticker here. Yeah, Bending Spoons. It's trading at 30, almost $36. Um, Down like 11% today, so it may continue dropping. But it'd be interesting to see what the stuff in their portfolio is worth. Like those are names I haven't heard for a long time. I was kind of intrigued that they had any value still, but what do I know? Just thought it was interesting. So yeah. Anyways, guys, it's been a good one. Hope everybody's weekend goes well. Um, yes, Jerry. Bending Spoons apparently is like a holding company for older tech and older patents. I guess is what they're buying. Um, I got to read into them a little bit more to get an understanding, but there's been chatter about them lately. They just went public recently, and yeah, apparently they hold a bunch of older tech. They're so brand new that, you know, there's no history on them really, but it should be interesting to see. Um, I got to see what kind of cash and stuff they got on hand to make an assessment of whether I'll do anything with them or not. But it sounds interesting. Um, I'll just, I find the Yahoo Finance site a little tough to navigate, but their app isn't bad on the iPhone, I find. So I use that quite a bit, more than the PC actually. What do you use to do your research? To find a high performing holding company. Check out. Hmm, interesting. Well, thank you for that. I'll look into that. Um, I got Bending Spoons up on my phone. Um, it's a little easier to find their financials than on the Yahoo Finance website, I find. It's just a little too busy, too many ads. But on screen, I have listing for. Oh no, nothing's nothing. Show they haven't filed their holdings for cash or anything like that yet. It'll be interesting to see when it's published. That's the benefit of having time. Leucadia. Interesting. Leucadia. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. Well, definitely on my radar. Um, what do I know? You know, there's always something to learn. Hmm. So, is there any other holding companies that you're watching right now? We've talked about Meta and a few others. But it should be interesting to see what happens on Monday. I find there's always either a pop or a flop after a long weekend. Usually a pop. Anyways, it's been good, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to go hang out with my dogs, take them for a walk in this 32-degree weather. It won't be a long walk, but it'll be a walk. Hackman. HHH. I'll check it out. Thanks, Jerry. I'll put it on my screen here. Howard Hughes Holdings. Interesting. This is the one we're talking about. Howard Hughes Holdings. There's a name from the past. I wonder what's in their portfolio. I find as a low vision person that the Yahoo website is a little busy and a little difficult to navigate. Yeah. No, it's always interesting hearing about new ideas. Sorry about the barking. I better check who's at the door. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a good one. Hope it's a great long weekend for our Americans, friends, and family. And I will talk to you again tomorrow at 4:25 for Canada's trading session. Anyways, thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you again tomorrow. All the stocks are managed through acquired insurance. Interesting. I'll check it out. Thanks again, Jerry. Take care, everybody. I'm going to sign off, and I'll talk to you again tomorrow. Take care. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Hey everyone, welcome back to Disabled Investor. It's Friday, July 3rd, 2026. U.S. markets are closed today for Independence Day weekend, and it's been kind of a quiet day on the markets for me. The TSX is up, and despite that, the bank reports that I'm down a little bit. I'll show you what happened, why my portfolio is reporting that, and what I did about it today. To start, as I mentioned, my portfolio is reporting as down $459, which is a decline of 0.24%, while the TSX shows an increase of 0.86%, or sorry, 0.88%. And of course, the U.S. markets are closed today. I deposited $100 in my account today, and that's reflected in what I did with it, which was purchase some additional shares of CBIL, the short-term Treasury ETF, just because I'm trying to rebuild that cash buffer up to 10% of my portfolio, and just have a little bit more sleep at night money. In terms of what moved, I couldn't show you the Yahoo Finance report today because, well, it's not live with all the data because the U.S. is closed today. And when that happens, Yahoo doesn't respond properly. So anyways, I'm showing you the results from the bank, which reports that my holdings of XEQT were the biggest gainers in my portfolio today, adding 700 and change. And then the small caps like Heavy and Max Q were not so great. Heavy gave up a little bit of money. CBIL gained a little bit, and MaxQ was up a little bit too. But I don't have enough of that to really worry about it. So those are the things that affected my portfolio today. And I've made some changes to the spreadsheet that I share so that anyone who's following along at home can get a sense of why I'm building what I'm building. The goal is to grow my registered disability savings plan to $1 million. And that's because I've done the math on what the lifetime disability assistance payments are going to be based on that number and based on where my portfolio is at today, which is $191,411, which by my math shows an increase today of about $985 over yesterday's close. But I got to go with what the bank's telling me because they're the ones holding the dough at the end of the day. Having said that, I've added a sheet to my workbook called LDAP Estimator, and that shows where the current withdrawals would be if I started today with the balance that my portfolio is at today. Let's say it stopped growing altogether, and I was 60 all of a sudden today. I would be getting a withdrawal of about $8,322 from that account every year, and that's the way it works. They predefine a formula, the federal government does, about what a withdrawal is. I don't have any annuities, so I didn't have to factor that into the formula, but it is something that needs to be factored in apparently. And it's not a really complicated formula, but it's the math is shown in the cell if you're interested. Essentially, I take the balance, the last reported balance from my progress, and then divide that by either 80 or my current age plus 3 minus the initial amount. And what that gives us is an amount that can be withdrawn every year, and must be withdrawn every year actually, from the registered disability savings plan. And that means that in the first year, if this was my amount, I'd be getting $8,322, assuming a 7% growth rate, which is about the average that the stock market returns over the long term. My portfolio would actually grow in that year, even despite the withdrawal, to $195,000. And what's interesting about this is it shows how it actually progresses. The government has figured out this formula to deplete the portfolio by the time you hit about 80. It's worth a heck of a lot less than it was when you started. And the government has figured this out because they're taxing you on what you take out. So this shows if I manage to make it to 100, which I don't expect to, but if I was able to live that long, my portfolio would be worth $112 based on the starting at today's value. And that's just a sort of a snapshot of where we're at. But if the progress was, back to increase dramatically, we would see a difference in the withdrawals, what the withdrawals amount would be. And yeah, I think that's hi, what's up, broski? Could be wrong, but you have to withdraw everything by 83 or no. That's not what I understand. It continues. My understanding is it continues withdrawing, but at a much higher rate, because the math from what I saw, um, it it figures out whether the age is eight. It divides by the age, whether you're 83 or your current age. That's my understanding, anyways. But I could be wrong too. Um, but that's something to look up. When I did the math and researched it earlier, I was under the impression that it continues declining over the years after you turn um, 83. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to continue with the account if you've only got $10,000 in there or whatever. I mean, it's not something that would impact your life really. If you withdrew it at that point, you just have to pay the tax on it, I guess, and move on. But I'm not an expert. I'm just guessing. Anyways, it was a pretty chill day. Hope yours was. How did it go? Did you buy anything today? Interesting to know. I'll find the answer about whether things have to be withdrawn at age 83 or not. And AI says no. Registered disability savings plan does not have to be completely liquidated by or closed by age 83. That's good to know. The confusion about age 83 stems from the mathematical formula the Canada Revenue Agency or Canada government uses to calculate mandatory lifetime disability assistance payments, which must be begin by December 31st of the year you turn 60. So it's good to know. But yeah, you're not the only one who's got that opinion of or confusion about what the rules say. It would appear. I'll see if I can find the real government guidance, but from what I understand, it's I'm hoping libs or cons get rid of taxes on RDSP. RDSP withdrawals should be tax-free. I agree. The government should be giving disabled people as much help as they can. I 100% agree. And the way I look at it, I mean, if I withdrew $8,000 from a $200,000 account by the time I'm 60, I don't think it's going to materially impact my tax because it below a certain threshold, your tax is so low, anyways, right? But I think you're right. I mean, we shouldn't be taxed. We got enough issues going on, all of us. But I guess there's maybe a reasonable limit to that. I don't know. Like if you're talking about a multi-million account and you're taking out $50,000 a year, something like that, maybe they start getting upset. I don't know. It'd be interesting to hear from the public about that. But I'm hoping you're right that either government kind of reforms the rules and and relaxes it for those of us with disabilities, so we can draw down our account, which is not a huge amount of money for most of us, and do it in a way that's not going to impact our lives. And I'm just hoping that it's not a real complicated tax return when I hit 60, and that is a concern, that it might become one. Because right now I've been trying to find a certified financial planner who specializes in the registered disability savings plan to talk to verify this stuff, and maybe build a referral relationship, through the channel. If I can work with them and they seem decent, I'll, and there's a reciprocal sort of business that I can do with them, I'll do that. But it's really hard to find anybody who's got knowledge of the RDSP who's not bullshitting me. And that's been an experience. You kind of test people about the RDSP when you're interviewing potential advisors, and if they don't know the basic rules, you can't work with them. Like I had one talk about variable withdrawal rules past 60, and that may work for an RRSP, but or RIFs, but not an RDSP. It is what it is. I think it's still relatively new that a lot of people don't know the rules and haven't been educated about it. And it's unfortunate that we've got to be the advocates and educate people about it when we go to find professional guidance, or, even open an account. It's kind of ridiculous. But it is what it is. I hope that people can take some of what I talk about and, use it in their back pockets for, their own advocacy. Because we've got to be our own advocates when it comes to this stuff. Nobody's coming to save us, right? So, yeah. It's been kind of a chill day. Nice Friday. Hope it's been good for everybody else. I bought those 2 shares of CBIL today just because, honestly, I don't know what to do. I want to build up my cash reserves, but I'd like to buy something. I just don't know what to buy right now. And that means that I should put it in something that pays interest, I think. That's why I did that. And I've outlined that in the spreadsheet log to kind of detail where I'm at. I think going forward, though, the log will be changed a little bit, or the spreadsheet's going to be changed a bit to, instead of putting the most recent at the front of the page, front of the book, it'll be at the end, because it's just getting too much to move each sheet. Like, you gotta drag it in Google Sheets. It's kind of a pain in the ass. But anyways, the log pages will still be there, the individual date pages, but they'll just be at the back of the book until I run out of book pages. And then who knows? But hope you had a good one. If nobody has any questions about the RDSP or what I'm doing, I guess I'll sign off. But hope you had a good one. Hope the Americans watching have a happy Independence Day, despite everything going on. Enjoy your friends and family. And, stay safe. We're all just people, Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. And I will talk to you again on Monday. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Hey, welcome back to the channel. It's Patrick. I'm disabled investor on Monday, um, July 6th. Happy Independence Day to the American friends and family who are watching. Um, Congratulations on 250 years. That's a quarter millennium that your country's been around. So congratulations. Anyways, it was a pretty relaxed day for me. Didn't do much, but my portfolio is down, according to the bank, and I'm going to get into why they say I'm down $600, but my recollection is that I'm actually up. So another discrepancy, but they're the ones who own the data. So at the end of the day, they're the ones who win. Anyways, let's take a look at where we're at. To start, my portfolio ended the day down $630 and change to finish the day at $193,197, which according to the bank is a decline of 0.33%. But I recall being at 191,000 on Friday, so I'll take it as a win, despite what they're saying. My performance though today, according to the bank, is underwhelming. I've underperformed the TSX, the S&P 500, and the Nasdaq. So that's a little disappointing, but that's okay. I have an explanation as to why my portfolio looks the way it does. It starts with Leap that I have for Rocket Lab, which is actually worth $3,000 less than when I bought it. That is a $100 call expiring in January 2028, and it's given up about $730 today alone. So that's a little frustrating. Quantum Emotion is the other one. I bought options rather than holding $10,000 worth of stock for the company. The option is a $2 call expiring in November of this year. That was the latest date that was available when I bought it. And that's down a little bit of money today as well. And so are my Netflix Leap. I've got a pair of them. Gave up a bit of money today as well. I don't have any explanation as to why. I've been scanning the news trying to find out what's going on and haven't found any explanation. But there was some positive. Sana Biotechnology, that's the company I'm holding with Hopium, that they're going to cure diabetes type 1. I've been holding them for quite some time now, and it's possible they're going to cure diabetes. Who knows? It's a matter of getting through the regulatory trials and that sort of thing. So there's that. That is a $2.50 call. I've got a pair of them, and that expires in January 2028. That gained $398 today. My shares of Alphabet were up today a little bit, and so were my shares of Apple. So it was a good day. Could have been better, but hey, it was a win in my books. And I wanted to draw your attention today, rather than updating my spreadsheet, I've taken a look at doing something else a little bit different for the community, which is a website that will help calculate what your lifetime disability assistance payments will be, estimate what they will be at the time you turn 60, based on whatever portfolio value you have. For some, assuming that all you can put in is the amount that will get you the full $1,500 a year of, if you put in $1,500 a year, you end up with about $120,000 at the end of it if you have low income. and that's defined by their metrics. I believe it's $40,000 a year or thereabouts. But that would mean that you would have about $120,000 at the end of 20 years. And assuming that it didn't grow at all, which would be kind of silly. I mean, even if it was in a GIC, it would have grown a little bit in that time. This will help you calculate what your payouts are going to be at age 60 until 100. I had to cut it off somewhere. I didn't figure I'd live past 100, so I hope you do. But anyways, if you put $120,000 away and it didn't grow in the time you're depositing it, this will help calculate what your LDAP payment will be for each year, progressing through the time until you turn 100. So it was one of those things that was requested by a viewer to help calculate their own progression, and assuming that you only had a 5% growth rate, you could expect that on a $120,000 investment, you would get $5,200 a year in addition to whatever old age security and guaranteed income supplement you got. And that would mean that, it might make a difference between living really rough and living better. Assuming, however, on the other hand, that let's say you don't have a dime to spare and you only get the $20,000 in government grants or bonds over the course of the RDSP, which unfortunately is the case for some people. This will help you calculate what you can expect from your RDSP at that point. When you turn 60, if you put away $20,000 and it was just worth $20,000 at the time you turn 60, this will show you that you can expect to get almost $1,000 extra a year. And, that's better than nothing. But I certainly would prefer being able to put away a bit of money and growing it to the point where I wouldn't have to worry as much at old age. So today, with my portfolio hitting $193,100, I'll run the math again and show you if I stopped doing everything today and just put it all in a GIC that didn't really grow. Here's what I could expect. My portfolio would return about $8,395 a year in lifetime disability assistance payments. That's the minimum amount you can take out from your account each year, and it is taxable, my understanding is. So this shows you what I could expect if I retired today and stopped trying to grow my account and it stagnated where it is. I would expect to get $8,395 a year. It would grow for a bit until I turn about 73, and then that's when it really starts to decline in value. Yeah, just something of interest for those who are wanting to know exactly how much this would add up to at the end of the day. So this is available to everybody. It's at disabledinvestor.ca, and it is a website that's live where you can calculate what your lifetime disability assistance payments will be, approximately based on whatever portfolio value you input. You can also control the growth rate. Like if you expect to do a little better than 5%, which I think on average the stock market returns 7 to 8% a year, it might be a little better. Let's assume 8%. You can expect that the portfolio would grow in that time that it's in the account. And so your lifetime disability assistance payment would grow as well. So anyways, that's what I spent the weekend doing, was creating a website that would help the community calculate where they could expect to be. If you want to help out with the channel, it would be much appreciated. Please share, spread the word that this calculator exists to help other people, calculate where they can be based on their savings. And yeah, just thought I'd share that with you. Let's take a look at the chat, see if anybody's there. Looks like it's just me all by my lonesome today, and that's okay. It's a Monday, it's a holiday weekend in the States. Not everybody's back, and not everybody's thinking about stocks today, so that's okay. Been on for about 10 minutes. It's not a real exciting day. I didn't do much, didn't make any trades, didn't do anything exciting. I've been considering adding a position in a couple of things. Meta comes to mind, but I haven't done anything yet. And it's not advice. I'm not giving advice. I'm just saying I've been looking at Meta, thinking about adding to my holdings, but I haven't done it yet. Haven't pulled the trigger. So I just haven't gotten there. But I might get there. It's just a matter of time. It's been an interesting day to not do anything, and I hope you had a good one too. Interested to hear how it went. If you bought anything, sold anything, added to your positions, or took some money off the table. That's good too. Anyways, it's been an interesting day. Interested to hear how it went for everybody else. And I guess I'll catch you in the replays. But this is another edition of Stock Talk, taking place every day at 4:25 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'll sign off for now, saying thanks for watching. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And please feel free to explore and play with the disabledinvestor.ca to see what your lifetime disability assistance payment, basically your retirement bonus would be. And I hope it helps. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. And I will catch you again tomorrow at 4:25 p.m. Thank you. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. This is just a look at today's movements. There haven't been any. I've been recording since 4:25, and it just didn't happen. My apologies. I've got to learn what I'm doing better. But without further ado, let's take a look at why my portfolio is actually down today by about $630 according to the bank, and I'll show you what happened. To start, my portfolio is, as I said, down $630 according to the bank, and that is because of what I'm into. But I recall Friday I was actually at $191,000, so I think I'm okay. I definitely underperformed the Toronto Stock Exchange, the S&P 500, and the Nasdaq. It is what it is, and it has to do with what I'm into. My worst performers today were leaps for Rocket Lab. I have a $100 call for Rocket Lab. That gave up 700 and change. And I have a number of shares of Rocket, or I have a number of losses with that particular leap. It's down about $3,000 from when I bought it. The other thing that changed today was Quantum Emotion. That was down a bit. I'm waiting on more news from Quantum Emotion. I haven't seen anything. I've been scanning the news, waiting. Haven't seen anything. And Netflix, that is a $75 call expiring in December 2028. I think I have a pair of them, and that gave up a bit of money today as well. The other thing that changed today was my leaps for Sana. I have, I think, four leaps for Sana for $2.50 calls. That gained a bit of money today. Haven't seen any news on what's going on with Sana, but that's okay. And then Alphabet, that added a bit of money to the portfolio today as well. And Apple, shares of Apple were positive today as well. I wanted to take a minute to share something a little different today. Rather than the spreadsheet, I haven't updated it because I didn't make any trades today. But what I did do was on the weekend, I worked on a website for the community that will help estimate what your lifetime disability savings, lifetime disability assistance payments will be based on your RDSP value at the time you turn 60. If mine was to end today and I stopped making any moves in it, and I just let it ride at what it's at and it stopped growing, my portfolio would be worth $193,100, and I could expect to get an annual minimum payment out of my account of $8,395. And this is open for anybody at disabledinvestor.ca. You can go and calculate. There's no sign up or anything like that, but you can check out what your approximate returns would be. Let's say you're in this situation where you can't afford to contribute anything to your account, and all you have are the bonds that the government puts in. The bonds at the end of 20 years are worth about $20,000. And assuming a very conservative 5% a year growth rate on your account, from the time you turn 60 until the time you're 100, here's what you could expect to get from your account. Every year, your minimum withdrawal would be about $800-900. Not a lot of money. So this is why it's important to try and take control and invest your own registered disability savings plan. Assuming that you're able to contribute the maximum a year to get the maximum grants, that works out to about $120,000 after 3 years. I'll show you what the difference would be on an annual basis based on a 5% growth rate. You could expect to get about $5,200 a year from your RDSP as a lifetime disability assistance payment. And that's a minimum payment you have to take out of your account every year when you're 60. This shows you the growth and then decline as you get older in your RDSP. And if you're managing an RDSP on behalf of somebody, let's say you got a loved one that isn't capable of managing their own, you can use this to calculate how much money they'll have in addition to their old age security and guaranteed income supplement, and maybe they have an annuity or whatever. This doesn't factor in annuities, but it gives you a basic idea of what their RDSP will be returning. And this is free and open for anybody to use. So by the time you're 70, here's what you could expect to get, about 8,400 and change. And it just carries on until I cut it off at 100 just to keep it interesting. But it basically spends itself out until you're at that age, and then there's nothing left. So yeah, that's what happens. I'll take a look at the chat, see if anybody has anything to say today. Looks like there's just a couple of people watching the stream today. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. I'm happy to help. If you'd rather, I do have an email address that's listed on the channel. You can send private messages to me. I can, I won't display them on the screen, and we can have a chat that way. But if you have any questions while I'm live, feel free to ask. I'm happy to help the best of my ability. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy with lived experience with the RDSP. So, there's that. I can tell you what's worked for me, what hasn't, and the mistakes that I've made. Boy, am I kicking myself right now for getting panicked and selling out of a couple of things a couple of weeks ago. But it is what it is. You learn as you live. You make mistakes and you roll with it. You just try not to repeat them. That's where I'm at. It's been an interesting day. Americans had their 250th Independence Day yesterday or Saturday, and the market seems to be rocking today. I don't know what happened with Rocket Lab and those others, why I underperformed, but I did, and that's just the fact of life. Sometimes when you're doing individual picks, you don't do as well as you think you would. Anyways, it's been an interesting day, and with that, I will say my apologies for not starting at 4:25. I thought I had the software that I'm using made it appear that I was streaming, but I wasn't actually recording. So, anyways, my apologies for being late. It won't happen again. I'll be back tomorrow at 4:25, and we can go from there. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a good day. Despite being showing down a little bit, I know that I'm actually up since Friday, because at Friday I recorded it. It was at $191,000. So, I'm actually up a little bit, but there's discrepancies sometimes between what you record yourself and what the bank does. So it's important to keep track of, where your own performance is, I think. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. And I will be back tomorrow at 4:25. And hope you have a good one. Thanks for watching. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Hey, welcome back to the channel. It's Patrick here, disabled investor on $1 million mission to grow my registered disability savings plan and sharing the journey so that other people can learn from my mistakes. Today was kind of a day of reconciling and recognizing a mistake that I made earlier on that has been bothering me. So I decided to correct it. Specifically, what I'm talking about is when I panicked a couple of weeks back and rotated out of a couple of positions that I was in with leaps and instead went to holding stock. I found that, it wasn't sitting well with me. So I decided to correct that mistake today and go back to my stock replacement plan, where I'm holding long-term anticipatory securities, leaps, in place of stock. And I'll show you what I did and why I'm not too upset about being down over $5,000 today. Don't get me wrong, it's not sitting well with me, but it's not as bad as it could have been. And I'll show you why it doesn't really bother me. Starting with a look back at this day last year. Hey everyone, it's Monday, July 7th, 2025. I'm Patrick. I'm a disabled investor. I'm on $1 million mission and sharing my journey to help other people learn from my mistakes. Today, I didn't make any trades. I ended the day down about 1.8% to $118,900. Just shy of 119. So when you put it in context and look at where we're at today versus where we were at then, it doesn't look as bad. This day last year, I was at $118,000. Today, my registered disability savings plan is sitting at 188. Now, for those who were following me, you may recall yesterday I was at 193. So, it's not great, but in context and in a long-term perspective, it's not so bad. The reason that I'm down today, and the reason that you may be down a little bit if you're exposed to tech stocks and some of the same things that I'm in, I believe has a lot to do with the news cycle. Looks like things are maybe going to heat up again in the Middle East. I don't know for sure, but there was some allowances for Iran to sell their oil in U.S. dollars, and that has ended. So, as a result of Iran attacking tankers that were moving through the Strait of Hormuz on Oman's side, I believe. Anyways, bottom line is things are not all hunky-dory in the Middle East as usual, and oil prices spiked today. So I guess people took a step back from the bullish look at the AI and chip trade, and that's what happened. I was also paying attention to SpaceX, which has gotten a lot of coverage today as it started trading as part of the NASDAQ 100 index. So that was interesting. Didn't do anything with that, but I'll show you what I did do. To start, I'll just point out that Rocket Lab was one of my weakest performers today. Don't exactly know why. I think it may have to do with the focus that was on SpaceX. Rocket Lab was down a bit, so the underlying Leap that I have of it's a $100 call expiring in January 2028. It gave up a bit of money today, but not so much that it fell out of the delta range that I'm holding firm on. Also down was XEQT. That is the broadly diversified ETF that I hold, that holds virtually everything that's tradable around the world. That was down a bit. And Microsoft, you'll notice that this is a Leap. It is a $360 call for Microsoft. I rotated out of the stock that I acquired, and I'll kind of explain my rationale for that in a minute. But Microsoft, the Leap that I have, that 360 call expiring in January 2028, that gave up a bit of money as well today. The things that were positive, and there were some, were things like NVIDIA. For the most part, I don't know if this is current because, it changes as the course of the day goes on. I captured this at about 4:05 p.m., so it should be accurate, but things have a tendency of being a little bit behind on Yahoo Finance, so please forgive me if the numbers are out. Netflix Leap, that is a $75 call expiring in December of 28. That was up a bit as well. I mean, like $17, so not a whole lot. And then NVRO metals. That's one that I'm just dabbling with because a previous job that I had working with metals recycling and chemical process that they had gave me a little bit of insight into that business. So I found it interesting. Now I'll go through the moves that I made today, which there were a few, and my rationale and the reason for doing what I did. To start, I've updated the spreadsheet that I use to track and share with you that tracks my disability savings plan. And the progress towards $1 million goal is documented here. Here we are, the progress page. And today I was set back a bit. about $3,700. Um, so that was a bit of a drawdown, but like I said at the beginning, compared with this day last year, I'm not too upset. In terms of what I did today, there were a few moves, all on the 7th. I started by selling my shares of Apple. There were 40 of them. That had crept up to being worth about $17,000 in my account, and I felt that that was just too much for one position, like one individual pick. So I sold that and bought the Leap instead, which ended up costing me $9,000 instead of 17 Canadian. So I was able to move that money into CBIL, which is the short-term treasury bill ETF that I hold. And my rationale for doing that is I want to have about 10% of my portfolio in cash or cash equivalent. Just it's sleep at night money. It's if everything goes to hell, I can step in and buy some stuff on sale. And in the meantime, when things are going good, it's a little bit of a ballast on the account. Maybe it's not the wisest thing to do. I don't know. You got to know yourself, and I know that I feel better having a little bit of money in the account. So there's that. I then put the remainder of the money into XEQT because it was kind of cheaper today. It was on sale. I did the same thing with Microsoft. Sold my shares and bought a Leap for Microsoft. I should say the Apple one was a $290 call expiring in January 2028, and the Microsoft one is a $360 call expiring in January 2028. A couple of weeks ago, I had two Leaps of Apple that were $300 calls expiring in the same time frame when I got spooked about the Delta collapse. And the same thing happened with Microsoft. I just panicked. That's the bottom line. So today, I saw the error in my ways and decided I wanted to correct it. So that's what I did. The other thing I did was I eliminated a position that had fallen way below my Delta floor. Delta is the probability that a Leap is going to expire in the money, and this Leap fell below my 60 Delta floor, so I decided it was time to just take my lumps and cash out. I may regret it. Redwire, is a structural space play. They supply some parts that everybody needs apparently, but I decided I'd just take that money and stick it into the ETF because I don't know. I don't know when it comes to space, who's the winner. I think SpaceX is going to do well. It's just, I don't know anything really. That's what I'm realizing. So that's what I did. And I've reorganized the book so you can take a look. But in terms of the impact of what I did today on my retirement, it was negligible. I'm still going to get $8,000 a year minimum out of the lifetime disability assistance payments that the government requires me to take out of this. If I was to stop doing everything today and just had $187,000 in my retirement account at 60, but is that going to happen? I don't know. And then the other thing I did was I reorganized the book so that everything is now front to back. Oldest is at the beginning, newest is at the end. And you can see exactly what I'm holding by visiting the link in the description if you're interested. We've got Alphabet. Oh, there we go. Let's see. There's today. Got Alphabet still, AST Space Mobile, CBIL, all the regular holdings that I have, and then it gets into the calls Um, I was looking at my Compass Pathways leaps today because they had some positive news, and unfortunately, hey, how's it going, Bard? Bardot. It was exciting news that their trial went well, but it was one of those sell the news events that people saw it and decided it was time to cash out a Compass. So, anyways, I was watching that and thinking, should I? And then I decided not to. So that's what happened. And you can review that at any time if you like. Let's take a look at the chat. Hey, it's Bardot. There was a question that Joe posed to me in comment on yesterday's video about how I select stocks. I got to be honest, I don't have a real system at it. What I do look for are companies that are solvent, that have money on the balance sheet, which I use. I use free tools as much as possible, like Yahoo Finance, the app on my phone. I'm able to look at their cash holdings and their debt for any company I'm interested in, and you can do that too with the app, and see if they have enough money to carry themselves through. Um, so that's the biggest thing I look for. I also look at the price to earnings ratio, like they advise, the experts, and um, I don't really have a system. I should develop one, but what I look at is what the experts generally on Bloomberg or CNBC are mentioning, what seems to have the biggest cash moats, and what the big boys are doing. Because I know that I'm not that intelligent, so I gotta follow where the money's at. But yeah, I do need to systematize what I do. That's for sure. Because yeah, there's lots of ways to skin a cat. That's for sure. And I think if I had a real system, I might do better. But today was about fixing a mistake that I made the other day when I panicked and sold out of a bunch of things. Um, and sticking with the rules that were made. I did part of it. I gotta admit, one of the rules was to wait 48 hours before making a change. I should have done that today, but I I felt that I really messed up. 2 weeks ago when I sold out of those positions, and I wanted to correct it as much as possible. Seeing that things were on sale today was my impetus to do that. So that's what I did. Anyways, how's everybody doing today? It's nice to see that people are joining the stream. Welcome. If you have any thoughts or questions or you know tips about things we should look at, much appreciated. Um, like I mentioned, Compass Pathways was on sale today. It was 10% off because they had good news about their drug trial in the States. But I did some digging, and it turns out that there are some more hurdles to getting synthetic psilocybin into the hands of all of us who may need it for depression. Like at least for Americans, there's rescheduling magic mushrooms as or psilocybin as a lower scheduled drug that has some application. And I think the same thing is going to be true here in Canada. Health Canada is going to be involved for sure in classifying that drug as something that has some actual use. But it was encouraging news from what I gathered reading the article today that the effects of taking this medicine that they've developed meant that people went into remission with treatment-resistant depression, generally within I think it was six weeks. Seemed like a pretty high efficacy. So I'm glad to be holding some options for them. The options that I hold are $5 calls, meaning I can buy the shares for $5. I have about 4 calls for that, and they expire in January 2028. So I wasn't too scared about what happened today with them. They say you should buy the rumor and sell the news. That's the common wisdom. I wonder if it should be the other way around, because if everybody's selling when the news comes out, maybe you should be buying. I don't know. But I was wondering about doing that today, and I just didn't get to it. But it's one of those positions that I looked at and I thought, should I increase my size? I don't know. Currently, I'm holding about $4,000 worth of Compass Pathways, so maybe that's enough right now. I don't know, but I'm trying to limit individual picks to about 3 to 5% of my portfolio, in accordance with the rules that I developed with AI. So that's why I am thinking about adding to the Compass Pathways position, but didn't do it today. Waiting for maybe a better pullback. Also looking at Definium and the other psychedelic plays as potential targets, but we'll see. There's no rush. Today was about correcting a mistake that I made to the best of my ability. Hi, Michael. Both RDSP hit and disability tax credit hit. Thank goodness. Congratulations. Hi, Jerry. Did I get Meta? Not yet. I noticed that Meta was rocking today. It was up. I was thinking of it. They're a little too expensive for a leap right now, but a couple of shares might not be a bad idea. I've been thinking about it. I noticed that they had pulled back to like 525, in recent history. So I'm smoking hope. I'm hoping that they drop again. Hey, Michael. Wow, 17.6K. Congratulations. That's a great starting point for your RDSP. If you stopped with that and you just stuck it into something that didn't pay anything, like bonds, or GICs that paid like 3%, I wonder how you would do with that. So you were expecting 18.5K. I see. A little disappointed with what you got. It's surprising when it hits, and sometimes their math doesn't line up with what you expect. That's what I've experienced. And I've also experienced that it can take them like 60 days from the time you deposit money to your account to the time that you get your grants and bonds. So if you put that $6,850, I'm guessing, from your disability tax credit into your RDSP, that would add up pretty quickly. Imagine saving that money full time. Minimum wage. It would take you a long time on minimum wage, that's for sure. Michael, yeah. And imagine making minimum, having to pay rent, food, lights, heat, all that stuff. Yeah, minimum wage here in Ontario is like $18 an hour, just about. but it doesn't go very far. There's not much money left over at the end of the month to pay for everything and put some money aside. That's for sure. It's really a matter of, to quote Dave Ramsey, it's rice and beans, beans and rice for a while if you want to save any money. That's for sure. But imagine being there. I was there for a while. Thank goodness for the RDSP and the ODSP. That's for sure. Makes life better. In terms of if you had just that $23,000 saved, I'm just going to pull up the calculator that I made. And at $23,500, let's say you save that, and that's all you had, and you earned 3% on that. That's what a GIC generally pays, around 3%, if you're lucky. At age 60, if all you had was $23,500, which that's all some people have in their disability tax credit or RDSP, you could expect to get about $1,000 a year out of that in lifetime disability assistance payments at age 60. So it wouldn't really add up to much. It would be a nice little Christmas bonus, I guess, when it came in, compared to life on GIS or what have you. I was gifted a career. Okay. Congratulations. Wow. Congratulations. Well, that's nice. So, what kind of job is that? What kind of gig is that, Michael? Is it something that you had to apply for, or is that? I'm just curious what kind of job that is. Sounds like a nice one. I'm just gonna pull up a look at finance here for Yahoo Finance for Meta. Where's Meta right now? Curious if you bought Meta, Jerry. Oh, Meta climbed again. $15, 2.5% today. Should have bought it when it was at 588. I should have bought it. But I think things are still pretty volatile. I don't know. It's just a matter of time before, some bad news hits. I'm expecting that there's going to be some escalation with this Iran waiver, oil waiver expiring or being revoked. Iran's not going to be happy with that. So I imagine we're in for some more volatility unless the market just shrugs it off again. I don't know. Hey, Bardo. Did you hear about Trump accounts? Yes. Yes. Every baby born between 25 and 28 gets 1,000. Hmm. Is that 1,000 period or 1,000 a year, or how does that work? Just they get $1,000 deposited when they're born? Ah, that does explain the green yesterday. I think you're right, Berto. And it's I mean, it could grow significantly over 18 years to or 16 years, whatever it's required to get someone into community college or you know, what have you. Um yeah, I can see the utility of it. It's too bad it's called a Trump account, but I'm sure it'll be renamed in future administrations. And 1K plus donations. That's pretty cool. Ah, I gotta stow my angst about the president, I guess. That's one good thing he's done, I suppose. I'm sure there are others. Just it's I guess the news that I get is pretty slanted. I don't know. House is not a good investment, as you. Hmm. I'm I'm glad we're on the same page, Berto. Yeah, he's not my favorite human being. Um, I don't want to have what is it? TDR, Trump derangement syndrome, or TDS. But just I try to stay apolitical. It's hard. Well, I think it's time that even Canada should. Well, maybe Canada doesn't. I don't know. It costs money to go to post secondary, um, no matter where you go. Maybe it makes sense. Like we've got the registered education savings plan here, so it's something similar, and there are matching contributions made to the program by the government. So Canada's got something similar too. We've had it for a number of years. Unfortunately, it came into being long after I was young enough that it would have made a difference. Because I had to borrow money to go to school. I remember, at full interest rates back in the '90s. It was not good. I believe the interest rate was around 8% that I was paying back then. It was expensive. Um, and when you're 18 and getting credit for the first time and nobody's really educated you about it, you can make mistakes, and I sure did. Um, I can say firsthand that you know it's easy to mess up with credit. That's for sure. It's taken me a long time to rehabilitate it. I still got some things that I gotta pay off, but you know, one day at a time. But I'm glad that Australia has a program like that, and I'm glad it finally came into the states. It's good. Um, Post secondary costs so much money. It would be nice though if you could roll it into something else if your kid decides that they don't want to do post secondary school. Like I thought that here in Canada too, the registered education savings plan should be somehow able to be rolled into a retirement savings plan if you decide not to. Um, did I see Reddit? No. What's going on Reddit today? Let's pull it up here. Oh, sorry to hear that. Michael, you dropped out of high school. Mm, yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're happy with your choice. Bardo finally got to cash out. Congratulations, Michael. How did you do that? How did you turn it into a positive? Um, hmm, the beach, gym, church, books, FTW. Okay. I don't. Well, we're in the same situation, or Michael. I don't drive anymore either, thanks to my vision. I sure miss it though. Um, you know, having a car is freedom. Hmm. I wouldn't. I wouldn't wish it on anybody that they couldn't drive. I think, especially in the area that I live in, driving is required to get around easier. That's for sure. It takes a lot longer to get anywhere by public transit, but it is what it is. If that's all you have available, that's the situation I'm in. Rides and taking the bus, but yeah, could be worse. I could be in the total dark. I'm glad that my vision is stabilized, and I have what I have. I feel fortunate that it's not worse. Um, and I'm glad you're able to reframe your diagnosis. Only 15% of people could own a car. Hmm. Yeah, a scooter could work. I can't even ride a bike anymore, just because of vision. Um, I don't. I don't trust myself on the road. I would love to. I do it at the gym sometimes for exercise, but I generally just run on the treadmill. Hmm. Hi, Schizo's life. Emergency funds paid off. Congratulations. Moving in the next month into new apartment. Congratulations. And secured a way better deal. Hey, That's all right. You know what? I've heard that rent is going down for a lot of people because, with the temporary foreign workers not uh, here as much anymore, there's more vacancies. That's my understanding, anyways. And with not just the temporary foreign workers, but the students that aren't here anymore, um, there's a real vacancy issue for a lot of landlords, and I think that's why there's so much foreclosures going on right now too. That's my understanding, anyways. But congratulations, kids! Huh? That's good news, Michael. I think you're right. People don't understand how brutal it is out there. I mean, the homeless problem is pretty substantial here. I can't bring myself to say unhoused. It sounds, I don't know, too sanitized. But what do I know? There must be a reason that the language has changed. Hope your new apartment is good. Uh, that's really nice. Anyways, did anybody buy anything or sell anything today, stock wise? Is anybody looking at anything? Growing a 6-figure RDSP into a 7-figure one, um, I figure it takes a little bit of bit more risk taking than I was doing after my rotation panic. That's why I did what I did today. But one thing that I did do also was detail my rationale at the time of making these trades. Well, I'm interested to see if keeping a log like that will help me in the future. Interested to hear if it helps anybody else do that. Keep track of what you're doing. Anyways, congratulations, everybody. Sounds like everybody's having a good one. Um, Despite it being a red day for me, I'm glad everybody's doing well. Um, Hope this time works well for everybody. 4:25. Um, I'm not married to the time, but if the time works for everybody, it seems to work for me. Um, it gives me enough time to get ready after the market's closed to prepare and take the screenshots and rebalance the spreadsheet and share with you what has happened over the course of the day. But always interested to get some feedback on what time for a live stream works best for everybody. I'm cognizant of the caregivers and people that look after people with that may have registered disability savings plans or able accounts in the States, or trusts or whatever. The caregivers, the people that actually manage money on behalf of people. I'm cognizant of them, and their need for some peer support from people that are managing their own money. Maybe not that I'm an expert for sure, but I've got some lived experience. So, having said that, I'm interested in providing a little bit of support to people that are in that situation, looking after a loved one with an RDSP, and how confusing it can be. And I know I wish there was more guidance when I was starting. So, anyways, just interested to hear about timing, whether 4:25, 4:30 works for everybody. If there's a time that works better, I tried later for a week, going at 6:45, and it didn't work out so good. It was just too late, I think, for a lot of people. And I think a lot of people watch it on replay, so there's that. It's always available. But anyways, thanks everybody for watching today. Like I said, it was a down day for me, but by looking at where I was this time last year, it helps reframe things and put it in perspective and make it so that it doesn't feel like such a loss when looking at things. So, anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm gonna scoot, and we'll do it again tomorrow at 4:25. Thanks for watching. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Wow, what a day. It's been another adventure in not doing much. And interestingly, as someone who's invested in space economy with a few stocks and holdings within that, like a Leap for Rocket Lab and a couple of shares of AST Space Mobile, I pay attention to what's going on in the space economy. And interestingly enough, SpaceX hit an all-time low today. So let's get into what happened in my portfolio, why I'm down a bit of money today, and why I'm not worried about it. To start, as I mentioned, my portfolio is down a bit. I finished the day at $188,377, which was a decline of about almost $350. And you know what? I'm okay with it, and I'll show you why in just a sec. That means that I'm down about 0.18%. Compared with the performance of the NASDAQ, I definitely underperformed. I lost more money than I would have if I just invested in a NASDAQ ETF, index ETF, but I lost less money than if I had done the same with an S&P 500 index ETF or a TSX specific index ETF. So that's okay. The reason it doesn't bother me that much is if I take a look back at this day last year. Well, we did it again. It's Taco Tuesday. Trump always chickens out. I don't think he did today. He announced, hardened tariffs on the people he's announcing tariffs on, increased the copper tariff, and it seems to have affected the market a little bit. But at the end of the day, my portfolio is unchanged at about $118,500, which is virtually unchanged from where it started the day at. So can't complain, can't really whine about it. It is what it is. And I did one trade today. I bought 2 shares of VDY, which is a Canadian dividend fund. So that's what happened. Anyways, hope you had a good one, and I'll talk to you again tomorrow. So that was today last year. Hey, Schizo of Life. Hope you're doing well. All is good here. Down a little bit of money, but that's okay. I mean, it's negligible, the amount that was lost today. So, and I was looking at it in terms of where we're at. And I definitely lost less money today than I would have had I left everything alone yesterday. So, yeah, I broke my own trading rules, but I think I saved myself some aggravation by doing that. Interesting how that works out. The reason I'm down so much money today has to do with, well, a few things. Space economy actually didn't make the top three worst performers today. It was Microsoft that was the worst. Microsoft gave up about almost a grand from my portfolio. XEQT, that is a major holding of mine that's growing, that gave up $500. And Compass Pathways, which I found interesting because the stock was up today, and it seems that there's definitely an appetite for psychedelics in the States. Because I heard a news article on Bloomberg Radio this morning talking about how treatment-resistant depression and depression in general is costing the economy big time. So, anything that helps is well wanted. It's wanted. So it was interesting that Compass was down, but at the same time, Nvidia was actually picking up a bit of money, not a lot, like $800. Um, Apple, the leap that I bought for Apple yesterday actually gained $90. And Atai Life Sciences, that is the other psychedelic play that I'm in. I got 4 leaps. They're for a $3 call, and they expire in January 2028. That added like $23, so we're not talking a lot of money, but I found it interesting that one of the psychedelic stocks was rocking today and the other wasn't. So that's why the play on words with spaced out today. The SpaceX took a dump, but at the same time, the psychedelic stuff looking up. So that was kind of interesting. And we started the day with a bit of unfortunate news that the Iran war is back on, or ceasefire is off anyways. So I find that unfortunate because there's a lot of people that are going to be affected by that in the Middle East. Not to mention, price at the pumps are going to go up, maybe a little bit as a result of this at this moment, but who knows how long this is going to last. I've learned my lesson about getting spooked, and just got to look through this short-term noise that's going on. So anyways, that's what happened today. I didn't make any trades. I got it out of my system yesterday, I think, and I am going to try and follow my own rules with writing stuff down ahead of time, writing down a rationale for doing something, and then waiting a day or two. 2 days is what it called for, but I don't know. Maybe I'll do it a day. I gotta come up with some rules that I can follow, that I can stick with, but 2 days is tough. I mean, if it's a good stock, I guess 2 days isn't that long. It's just I want it now. I want it all. Anyways, I thought it'd be interesting to take a look, because I didn't make any trades today, at where we would have been at if I left my portfolio alone last year when it was sitting at $118,000. Versus where we're at today. So if I had just left it alone at the 118 last year, which is about where you go when you get your 120,000 from the government and your own contributions, I could expect to get about $5,000 a year out of that. Fortunately, where we're at today, 188, changes the math a little bit. Means that if I was to stop today, I could expect to get $8,100 out of the portfolio. So I just thought that'd be interesting. Looks like we got some comments. Hi, Jerry. And Skizov Life, good to see you. Hope you're both doing well. The war likely to get worse. You think midterms are the stumbling block? That's what I've heard too. It's the thing that's keeping them in check right now is the price at the pumps. Um, if they go full bore into the war right now, gas is going to be like ridiculous, and people get really upset when it's $5 a gallon. That's my understanding, um, and rightly so. I mean, everything moves on diesel or gasoline, so you know when that goes up, everything gets more expensive, and things are already way too expensive. No kidding, Jerry. I think you're right. Um, I used to think it was conspiracy, but now it's just an accepted. You accept it. Um, it's sad. How much money is thrown around by any one cause or one, uh, what do you call it, pack, um, to make sure that their lobbying efforts are take precedence. It's it's sad, you know. Um, and this war, who does it really serve other than Israel? I don't know. I don't have anything against the people of Israel. The government, I don't really care for with what they're doing, but I don't live there, so I don't know what it's like. Hi, Joe. Yeah, that's my cat. That's a good idea, Joe. Uh, you know what, Jerry? I wouldn't be surprised. Um, money goes a long way, and their interest. We sell a lot of defense products to them, I believe. So money talks. A lot of the billionaires are Israeli. Yeah, yeah. I've got some Jewish family members, so I'm on the fence a little bit because I understand how difficult it might be to live there, but at the same time, what's been going on there is, it's beyond the pale with retaliation. I just don't get it. Um, you know, it's gone beyond just defending and retaliation for what happened on October 7th, I think. Um, yes, they did have contribution limits, I remember. And there was some court case that argued that um, corporations can donate as much money as they want because that's their freedom of speech that's being impacted. That's, if I recall correctly. Is that right? Do you know? It was some court case during the Obama presidency, if I'm not mistaken. Not that he had anything to do with that. It was just that's who was in when that happened. Um, I forget the name of the case, but it was something to do with, freedom of speech for corporations. And just, it's ridiculous. Yes, Jerry, thank you. Citizens United, that's right. That was a big deal, um, as I recall. And I think we still have limits here in Canada about how much any one person can donate to a cause. Um, but I hesitate to say that we're any better, Like um, I'm sure if you dig back the covers, you'll find that there's uh, there's favors, you know. The worst things that are happening right now seem to be in my province in Ontario. Uh, the government that's in is seems to have a little problem with doing favors for developers, land developers, and you know it just stinks, I think. But I don't quite follow as closely as I probably should. Um, what really affects my day-to-day life is the treatment of the disabled community by the Ontario government. Um, they gave us a 2%, almost 2% increase in our disability checks this year. And inflation is way beyond that. So it's unfortunate that the disabled take a back seat, but that's that's where we're at in my province. I hope it's better where you are. Um, but yeah, I don't know that we're any better off. Um, Ontario's got its own set of problems, that's for sure. But I've been watching Meta, thinking about jumping in, and waiting for a pullback. We had a bit of a dip today, but not enough for me to act on it. And I've been watching SpaceX because SpaceX, I do want to buy some kind of stake in that. But whether it's a leap or just a couple of shares, I haven't decided yet. I think it might go lower than $150. What do you think? I think it was at 145 today, and that's not much over its IPO price. So should be interesting to see if SpaceX dips much below where it IPO'd at. I think there was something about if it traded above a certain threshold for 5 consecutive trading days, a bunch of people could start selling off some shares. Oh wow, you did well at 535. That's awesome. So you're doing well on the way up. I was looking at the leaps today, and I can't justify putting in 14 grand. Gen X observation: most Fed elections don't have disability issues adequately. I agree. I agree. The Canada Disability Benefit, it got a little bit of play last year when it came in, Joe, but it was a real disappointment to a lot of us when we found out that all it meant was $2,400 a year. If you're lucky to get that. There's a lot of people that don't even get that. I just got my letter this year, this week, about how I qualify for it again, and they base it on your spouse's income and your own income, and disability doesn't go away just because you make a little bit of money, or your wife does, or your husband, or whatever. It's frustrating, you know. I had hoped that there'd be a roadway, a pathway to making disability a federal thing, so that the provinces are mismanaging it in my mind. So it would be nice to see it federalized and made to be consistent across the country. I think disability pensions, but there's a long way to go to get there, I think. What do you think? I'm Gen X as well, just at the tail end. Hmm. Interesting to hear what you think the government should do. So it sure hasn't been, you know, an easy ride for anybody who's disabled. Continues to be difficult too. Let's take a look at Meta, see what's going on with them. $6.03, down $12, 2% today. It could have been worse. I think the market got spooked by the reignition of the war, and oil price spike. I think it went up like 5% earlier in the day. So it makes sense that that everything was down a bit, I guess, except for oil. Good day to own Chevron or Exxon, I guess. But I was surprised to see how badly Canada was hit, the TSX, because we're pretty oil dependent here in terms of selling it. So I found that interesting. Anyways, it's been a good one to just sit back and let it go, let things happen. I wasn't in the position to do anything about anything today, so that's where we're at. End of the day at 188. Could have been better, could have been worse. But I think a lot of movement is going to happen in that psychedelic space. I'm excited to watch it. And same with the space economy. I think things are looking up, literally. But today was tough. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a good one. If nobody has any questions on the RDSP or what the hell I'm doing, I guess I'll sign off. But thanks for joining me. It's been a good one, and I'll do it again tomorrow at 4:25. Thanks for watching. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. It's Patrick, disabled investor on $1 million mission to grow my registered disability savings plan and sharing the journey with you so you can learn from my mistakes. Today was a lazy day, and despite that, meaning I made no trades, didn't do anything with the account, my portfolio gained about $600 today, which I'll show you isn't as great as it sounds. I actually underperformed the markets, and that has to do with what I'm into. But according to the bank, I'm down 0.04%, about $80 from this morning. But I took a look at where I was yesterday, which was about $600 less than I'm at today. So I'll go with that. And as I said, I am underperforming the markets. And like I said, that's what I'm into. The biggest losers for me today were my leap for Microsoft. That is a $360 call expiring in January 2028. That gave up some money. So did the leaps for Netflix. I think there's one of them expiring in December 2028. That is a $75 call. And Alphabet, shares of Alphabet were down a bit. But it wasn't all bad. Shares of XEQT, which is the broadly diversified all-in-one global ETF that I hold, that was up a bit of money, about 700 and change, almost $800. And then the psychedelics were also doing well today. Atai Life Sciences and Compass Pathways were both up. Um, Again, I think it follows on the story that I came across yesterday, mentioning how employers in the States are really struggling with the mental health toll on employment. So there's a real push to get these uh, drugs approved if they're, useful in the fight against treatment-resistant depression. So that's good news for those of us who fight depression. Maybe there's some more relief on the horizon. My understanding is that the Compass Pathways drug, with single, I think it was a single treatment of 25 milligrams of their drug, had a remission of like 6 months or something for people fighting treatment-resistant depression. So I'll have to read a little further to understand more about the trial results, but it sounded very promising and minimal side effects apparently. So that's pretty exciting. I mean, that's the synthetic psilocybin that they're working on that seems to have some promise. So that's good. And as I said, it wasn't a really heavy trading day. Didn't make money moves. Didn't make any at all. Thought about doing something, but I had lunch with a friend, so uh, didn't get into it. Anyways, that's what happened. And just to put it in perspective, if I was to compare the difference between 188 $300 yesterday, had I stopped trading at that and left it, it would be $8,186 a month. And today, $600 difference. It adds up to bubkus, like $100 a year difference in the long run. So don't sweat the small stuff, and it's all small stuff, as they say. I think that's where we're at. It was not a really brilliant day for doing any trades for me. And as I showed you, I underperformed the market. Anyways, don't really have much to report today. I've been watching Meta, kind of kicking myself for not getting into it sooner, but that's all that I was looking at today. That and the psychedelic stocks. Open it up to anybody who has anything to say. Realize it's kind of early, and it looks like it was an unexciting, uneventful day, so I don't really expect anybody to have much to ask. But I am curious as to how things went for everybody today, if anybody made any trades or dove into anything new. I had some interesting conversations with some viewers who sent me some emails recently. It was nice to get to know a couple of you, and something kind of exciting. I got an email request to do a dedicated paid video for somebody, and I had to say no, because they didn't really say what the dedicated video was for. And it's my policy that if I don't use something, I'm not going to endorse it. Um, you know, uh, Fair enough, right? I mean, I can't say that something's good if I've never used it. So yeah, I had to turn that down. But it's nice that people are starting to reach out and think about the channel as a means to engage with the disabled investor community, whether it's in Canada, the U.S., or abroad. And it's nice that people are finally recognizing that those of us with disabilities still have a bit of money to invest. You know, I mean, a bit compared to those who are not disabled. But anyways, I just thought I'd share that with you. It was kind of nice, and nice to be thought of. Even though I had to say no, I appreciate the people reaching out. And eventually, I mean, if there's a tool that that I can review that I do use. I use TradingView often, and I use a few other tools. I may look at doing some collaborations with them, or affiliate sort of thing, but I'm not going to endorse anything that I'm not super crazy about or don't enjoy using. I think it's just good policy not to put your name on things you don't actually like. But anyways, with that said, it's been a pretty chill day. Hope you had a good one. Hope your portfolio is looking up and you're growing, and you're getting closer to your goals. Mine's $1 million. I'm nowhere near that yet, but hey, I'm $188,000 towards the goal, so that's okay. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a good day. I hope you had a good one, and I will talk to you again tomorrow, 4:25. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. It's Friday, July 10th, 2026. And I'm just going over my portfolio changes today. I made one move in my portfolio, nothing spectacular, but I wanted to draw your attention, as I alluded to earlier on a short, that there was some interesting discussion in the comments yesterday about what is speculation or gambling, and what is investing. Um, and I just thought it would be interesting to talk about with all of you from my perspective, in terms of, I question myself often: am I gambling? Am I investing? What am I doing? Anyways, today I definitely invested, and despite my best efforts, I am down, according to the bank, $2,100. But I took a look at where I was at yesterday, which was 188,900. So I'm down $700 since yesterday, as I can see. And as far as why, there's a few things that went into that. Hi, Jerry. One piece of news that came out that I thought was interesting, because I hold a leap for Netflix, is that Netflix is starting to look at doing more live TV. Apparently, they lose a lot of subscribers between uh, peak shows, like their big shows. I think it'd be kind of cool if they added news content, 24-hour news channel, or something that is cheap to produce, but who knows what they're going to do. I also heard on Bloomberg that there's discussion of making a free tier for Netflix at some point that is totally ad supported. So they're obviously making more money on ads, and they're trying to compete with YouTube, which is actually a larger subscriber base than Netflix has. So that's kind of cool. And in terms of what really changed the portfolio today, I made one purchase. I bought a share of XEQT, which is the broadly diversified ETF that I hold. Things that took the money off the table today were Apple, Netflix, as I discussed. Not sure what happened with Apple, and Rocket Lab. Seems to have maybe something to do with the credit numbers that came out from Equifax, signaling that maybe things aren't so great stateside. I don't know. Maybe it's just risk off. Maybe people are just taking money off the table for the weekend. Your guess is as good as mine. These things happen, right? Meta is definitely going up, Jerry. You're right. In terms of the good things in my portfolio today, we had Nvidia. That's a $200 call for Nvidia. That gained some ground. Um, Forgive me if I take a minute here. My leap for Microsoft was also up. I had an injection in my eye today, so I'm not seeing the greatest. And XEQT, that broadly diversified ETF, did well as well. But as I mentioned, I didn't do as well as I would have had I just stuck my money in the index funds, straight index funds for the ETFs that invest strictly in TSX, S&P 500, or Nasdaq, and that has to do with what I'm in and my exposure. And that brings me to what I was going to talk about, which was what is gambling, what is investing. I think the real answer is it really depends on you. Um, it's subjective. I think there's probably experts who would disagree and say that there's definite signs that someone's gambling and definite signs that someone's investing. To me, gambling is buying without knowing what you're buying, um, without having any insight into the company at all, like not reading what they do, not reading about cash on hand, any investigation into the company. Um, Maybe on a tip from a friend or whatever, without actually doing a little digging on your own. That to me is gambling. I don't know what you think. Be interesting to hear different perspectives on what is gambling and what's investing. And then I think in between the two is speculating, where you don't really know, but you think something's going to happen. I think with gambling, the mathematical odds are against you that you're going to win, and it's done for entertainment. And um, speculating and investing, to my mind, you have better odds of coming out ahead, but you know, who knows? So, yeah, I thought it was interesting. There was a comment chain with someone who thought that another viewer was uh, gambling with their RDSP, disability savings plan, because they put money in a speculative bet and quadrupled their money. But not everybody would agree with what that is. I think the person did well, but there's always a chance you lose. And I think the key in my mind is controlling the size of exposure to things, and I'm working on that myself. Trying not to exceed like a 5% allocation to anything, any one thing, because shit happens. You just never know. Just got a comment from Jerry here. Forgive me, I'm still not seeing well. Yes, Will. Here, I'm going to zoom in. I can't really see right now because of my vision issue that I had today. So Jerry says with investing, the house odds are in our favor. If they weren't, it wouldn't be investing. I agree. You know, we just we have better odds. And the person that was making the comment was saying that they're a lot more comfortable with their money in mutual funds. Which, hey, power to you. Whatever you think works for you is right for you. It's personal finance. That's the personal part of it. I'm not in any position to tell anybody what they should or shouldn't do, and I make it policy not to. But if having money invested in an index fund makes you uncomfortable, there's there's other ways of going about it. There's GICs, guaranteed investment certificates. You can save your money and get a little bit of interest and grow it slowly. You're not going to lose except for inflation. There's different ways to skin a cat, as they say. I don't know that that's right for me. I've done that before. I've bought GICs. I don't like my money being locked up and not being able to take advantage of situations when they arise. Even if it's just buying an ETF that seems to be on sale. I like to have the option to do that. But to other people, maybe GICs are just fine. And who am I to say what's right or wrong? I'm nobody. I got my own opinion, and they say opinions are like buttholes. Everybody's got one, and everybody else thinks everyone else's stinks, right? So it is what it is. But that was an interesting little comment chain, and I thought it sparked a little debate, maybe in my mind, that needs to be addressed. I mean, am I investing or gambling? I believe I'm investing, but not everybody would agree. Jerry says, I like the index funds mostly, but I typically have done better on stock picks. Yeah, I agree. That's where the bulk of my big sudden returns have come from. But, the bulk of the compounding over time, I know, comes from the passive, unmanaged index funds. Definitely smaller portions of money. You don't want to put it all on black, or red or whatever. And power to you if you enjoy gambling. We're all adults. We can do what we want. Just don't confuse the two, I guess, is the important thing. And is it entertainment or is it investing? I don't know. I think the two are there's a blurry line between the two. And it all depends on how you're going about it and what you're buying, and the like what you're doing, whether it's entertainment or something long term. I think that's my opinion. But anyways, I thought I would show you what's happening with the spreadsheet. We're getting a little closer to the goal, but not today. Today was down a bit from the last entry, about $500 less than the 7th. I guess that would have been Wednesday or Tuesday. And since last Friday, I'm down significantly. Last Friday we were sitting at 191,400, and today we're at 187,128. Kind of sucks, but what are you gonna do? In terms of log, I made the trade to dollar cost average in. Ended up paying $45.25 for a share, and I did that because I had $50 sitting in the account that wasn't working for me, wasn't doing anything, so I wanted to put it to work. And then as far as the holdings go, if you're interested, the link is in the description. You can always check it out. I've got the same number of holdings, just increase the number of XEQT. I hear you, Jerry. Sometimes I feel a little bit of excitement with the buying stuff as well. The leaps, especially when they get up to like 200-300% of what I paid, and then I don't know. I think with Meta, like you're saying, it is a sound thing. You're buying it with some logic behind it, um, and yeah, they've got the balance sheet to back themselves up. You know, uh, it's a big company. It's one of the Magnificent Seven. Whether they're the Lag Seven right now is another thing, but you know, I think it makes sense. I'm looking at it too. I just haven't gotten myself there yet, but I will. Anyways, hope everybody had a great week. It was sunny here. We ended up with some beautiful weather. And on a personal note, since starting my workout journey, I'm down 10 pounds, which is a big deal for 200 pounder. That's a good move. And that was all thanks to free gym membership. So you know, it pays to check out what's in your city and if there's low income subsidized community rec pass or what have you. I took advantage and it seems to be helping the diabetes, the lower blood sugars from getting exercise. I hear you, Jerry. Investing at the casino if you had the odds. Yeah, right. Thank you. Yeah, it's a big deal. Um, Seeing the scale move in the right direction is a reward for doing something different. Since losing the vision, I've been a lot less active than I used to be. So and quitting smoking unfortunately puts weight on. Um, I've gained in my pocketbook, but also in the belly. So what are you gonna do? Exercise is the answer, obviously. Anyways, glad everybody had a good week. Thanks for joining me. Um, Hope everything's going well for you, Jerry, in the States. Um, it's a confusing time, you know, a lot of stuff going on. But, anyways, thanks again for watching, and I will catch you again tomorrow or Monday, same time, 4:25. Oh, the diabetes impact division. Yes, Jerry. My diabetes was definitely the reason for, or part of the reason for the vision loss, I think. I was born blind in one side, so losing any sight in the sighted eye is a big deal. And diabetic retinopathy is the diagnosis, so it's unfortunate, but it's a outcome that a lot of diabetics have. And my doctor was saying, my eye doctor, that the majority of her practice is made up of diabetics. So it gives you an idea of the size of the problem. And I hope that the weight loss drugs become available under prescription here for my particular condition. I'm type 1 diabetic, so I don't get access to Ozempic, but there's specific ones like I think Wegovy that's supposed to be good for just weight loss. I'm hoping to get access to that. Oh, sorry, your mom has type 1. I get eye shots every month too. It's not fun. Um, how's your mom handling that? Is it in both eyes or just the one? I get it just in the one, and I'm pretty zonked for the rest of the day. I can't really see well after that happens. Right now, I've got the magnifier on the computer so I can see what you're writing. I think I'm up to 400 times zoom or something. It's ridiculous because I'm on a 32-inch monitor and I still can't friggin' see the screen. But it is what it is. anyways, yeah. Oh wow. She actually has to take Valium to take the shots. That's incredible. Uh, I mean, it is kind of anxiety inducing getting a needle in the eye. She hates. You know what? I don't blame her. A lot of the people that are at the clinic, and the clinic that I go to is packed. Like there's a lot of people in line. There had to be about a dozen of us there. Um, it just it's a business, you know. It's a growing business. Hmm. I hope your mom gets over that. It's challenging. I miss driving though. That's why I'm getting it done. If I can get good enough, like my vision is improving a little bit. Um, if it improves enough to get my license back, that's the goal. And if not, I'll be Ubering for the rest of my life. But and taking the bus, that sort of thing, which kind of sucks. But it could be worse. I keep that in mind. Got to be grateful for what I do have. Um, just feel appreciative of what is still um, available in sight. Whether you say blessed or whatever, I mean, same thing. I gotta feel, you know, good about what I got. Mm. Oh wow. Did your mom pass out from low blood sugars growing up, Jerry? That would have been. I mean, I've experienced the hypoglycemia before as well, and like sometimes even driving behind the wheel. Always had to have sugar with me, and just in case. Uh, McDonald's became a friend because getting a thing of Coca Cola when you need it, can really bring you back from a low blood sugar. I remember learning that Coca Cola, like a can, is equivalent to the same amount of orange juice. So if you prefer Coca Cola, I would rather have Coke than orange juice any day. And I don't think the sugar type of sugar matters really, but I don't know. Sorry you had to grow up with that. That would have been tough, especially to watch a parent deal with it. Mm, should have reactions like she is awake. Oh yes, it's so bad. Hypoglycemia. So do you have to watch your own blood sugar? I mean, it's not. Thankfully, I don't believe it's genetic. Um, I mean, you may have higher risk of acquiring it, but um, I think type 2 is most prevalent, unfortunately. And because I put the weight on, I've become insulin resistant, in addition to having the type 1. So it's almost like having type 2. Um, I know there's a lot of type 2s that end up having to take insulin and stuff too. It's it's a bad disease, and that's why I'm holding on to my shares of Sana, or Leaps for Sana Biotechnology. I know they're may be years away from having a working cure, but if there's even a chance that there's a cure to type 1 diabetes, that's a big deal for millions of people. And you know, just a simple shot could be the difference between having diabetes for the rest of my life and not. And same for a lot of people. Yes, environmental. Yeah, you're probably way out of the woods for the type 1 diabetes at this point. I would hope, anyways. Oh, wow. That's, that's, they used to call it, uh, yeah, pregnancy diabetes, gestational diabetes. Uh, my aunt had that because she was a heavier lady, but having the baby just consumed more insulin than her body could produce. So it was a specific type of diabetes. And they don't talk about that kind very often, but I'm sorry your mom ended up having it permanently after that. Um, my aunt ended up with type 2 after pregnancy, so, you know, and I think it might have been mommy tummy that caused that, but I don't know. Um, it's hard. And then losing the weight is the harder part, I think, and necessary. That's why I'm working on it. I feel a little bit better for doing it too. It's good for the depression. I didn't realize there was an autoimmune component to that. Interesting. It's unfortunate, you know, and I think it happens to a lot of people. Hmm. And I suppose you're right. It could be environmental. Like, who knows? Genetic, environmental, maybe some kind of even. At one time, they were thinking it was related to human papilloma virus. Um, I don't know if they still think that, but HPV causes a lot of things, or seems to be related to a lot of things, like mono and different autoimmune things. I don't know if they still think there's a relationship, but I remember learning that a long time ago. Hmm. Yeah, no, no, I'm no expert either. I just live with it. I learn every time I see my doctor, something new. I think environmental factors have to do with a lot of things we don't attribute. You know, like, for how long did people smoke and think that it wasn't the cause of anything? It was just luck that you ended up with lung cancer. Now, people are really cautious about everything. Makes sense. Hmm. So, what's up for the weekend? Any big plans? I'm probably gonna do something completely different. I'm actually using a personal trainer to try and learn how to how to do better things. Yes, food and water, absolutely. And then the forever chemicals they're talking about, like things we didn't know. Um, Even your frying pan, if you got a non-stick, there's concerns about the chemicals that are used to make it that. I haven't been watching the World Cup, but I've been catching up on some of the highlights. Um, and I gotta watch it because we're in the semis. I think last time I checked, Canada was doing pretty good. Are you rooting for any particular country? Let's see, what's Canada's standings right now? Argentina. I didn't realize. I haven't been following it, honestly, which is silly. But Argentina. Hopefully they go all the way. Anyways, hope you have a good weekend. I'm gonna sign off, and I will catch you again on Monday. Thanks for watching, Jerry. Take care. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. This is a look back at the week between July 6th and July 10th, 2026, when my portfolio declined a bit, but I made a contribution to the disabled investor community by developing a website that helps anyone discover what their lifetime disability assistance payments would be, and explored, correcting a mistake that I made, and also uh, uh, the difference between gambling and investing. Thanks for watching. Hey, thanks for watching. I appreciate you spending time with me, and if you enjoy this content, please subscribe. Cheers. Well, that was a rough day. Um, I don't know about you, but my portfolio took a beating today. And of course, it has to do with what I'm in, but also the market kind of went through a rough patch today with the escalation of the war in Iran, between the US and Iran. So oil jumped about 10% today almost, and it follows it stocks had a hard time. Um, what I'm into is the biggest explanation of why I'm down. According to the bank, about $2,200 today, but I recall on Friday I closed the day at 187 or 188 100. So it's not as bad as it looks, but it's still pretty bad. Um, I'm doing worse than I would have done had I invested strictly in the TSX or the S&P 500 index funds, but better than if I had strictly invested in something like the NASDAQ 100, like QQQ or something like that. So that's unfortunate. Finished the day at $187,214. The reason I did so poorly today had a lot to do with what I'm into. Like I said, XEQT is my biggest single holding, and that's the broadly diversified ETF. That itself gave up almost $1,000, followed by a couple other things like NVIDIA, Leap for NVIDIA, and Leap for Rocket Lab. All of those did poorly today. It wasn't all bad news though. The Leap I hold for Microsoft, which is a call for $360 expiring in January 2028. That was up a bit of money, as was the Leap for Apple. I think what happened is people fled to safety. The big tech giants are somewhat stable even when things are rocky. So it follows that they did well today. And Netflix, surprisingly, was up. So that was nice. So my Leap for Netflix gained a bit of money. And as far as where we finished the day, didn't make any trades, don't have anything to report that way. It was a pretty relaxed day here. Didn't really see any opportunities or anything I wanted to jump on today. Honestly, wasn't really into it. And just didn't see anything that caught my eye today. So I didn't do anything. But sometimes sitting on your hands is the best thing to do, and that's exactly what I did today. So without further ado, I guess I'll just close out by saying it was a pretty straightforward, uneventful day. Not a lot happened, and interested to hear how it went for other people. If anybody traded anything today, bought or sold. It was pretty rocky with a lot of the things that I was in. So, I was checking in periodically, but wasn't really inspired to do anything. Didn't want to lose more money than I had to. And I'm a little gun shy with the losses that I've suffered over the last couple of weeks. So, I'm not in any rush to do anything until I really do my research and homework and make some decisions, and I'm not in any rush to do that right now. So anyways, curious to see how it went for other people, if you made any trades or changes to your accounts. I did not, so the spreadsheet that I share is not updated today because there was no change to the holdings. We'll see what happens with the rest of the week. I've got almost $50 sitting in my TFSA that I may put to work, but haven't decided what to do with it yet. Probably put it in that diversified ETF and just go from there. But that's what's going on for me. Curious to see how it's going for other people. Like I say, it's been one of those days when things were rough. The war rages on. People are fleeing to safe bets, and I'm no different. I'm just trying to sit patiently and gather my bearings and decide what to do next. But didn't see any real standout opportunities today, so I'm not gonna trade just for the sake of trading. So that's what happened. And it was, like I say, uneventful, so nothing really to report. But If you made some trades, please let me know in the comments. And I better see what's going on at the door, um, and go from there. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. Tomorrow is another day. Hopefully, it's better, and hopefully, we can all make some money. Take care. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Everybody, what a day. Another day of not trading for me. So this will be short and sweet. Just a little update on the portfolio on the road to $1 million, the $1 million mission for my registered disability savings plan, and sharing the journey with you so you can learn from my mistakes. I don't believe I made one today by not trading. Didn't see any opportunities that called out to me, so I didn't do anything. Honestly, I didn't do a lot of research today either, so that explains that. Spent some time at the gym, and anyways, still managed to gain since yesterday a little bit of money. Yesterday, I ended the day down, and today is an increase from yesterday, but according to the bank, I'm still down significantly. So I don't know what's going on with the bank. They report one thing, and my records show another. So ultimately, the bank wins, but it's a little confusing when they show that it reports that I'm down when I'm actually up since yesterday. So I don't know. But anyways, according to the bank, I'm at 188,002, $188,002 and change. I underperformed the broader indexes, even though I am up since yesterday, but not as much as I would have been had I strictly invested in the indexes. The things that added the most to my portfolio today, um, were the leap one leap for Nvidia. That is a $200 call expiring in December 2028. Also, we had Leap for Rocket Lab. That's a $100 call. Rocket Lab was up a bit, so the Leap was up a bit. And my shares of Alphabet, Google, gained a bit today as well. Things that dropped the portfolio, and the reason the bank is reporting it down, I guess, Microsoft was down a bit. So the Leap I have for Microsoft, a $360 call expiring in January 2028, that gave up some money. Quantum Emotion was down. So the call that I have for November 2026, that was the farthest out date that I could buy for Quantum Emotion. That's down a bit, and that's getting close to my cutoff for where I may have to re-roll or kiss it goodbye, and just buy some shares and sit on them. I don't know what I'm going to do. And then Apple. Apple was down a bit. Not sure why. I think the court case is going to go their way. If you hadn't heard, they're in a bit of a fight with OpenAI. OpenAI had some different hiring practices, we should say, where they asked some hardware engineers from Apple to do show and tell in their interviews. So, that's kind of bordering on unethical, I would say, but who am I? Anyways, it was interesting to see Apple down a bit today. And I guess the news about the consumer price index being reasonable in the States, coming down, the lowest it's been in 6 years, was good news. Not sure if that explains why the drop in the big stocks, but the big tech, but that's what I'm thinking might be partly to do with it. Thinking that interest rates may come down, and I guess the market's shrugging off the escalation in the Middle East. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. Uh, I haven't traded today, as I said, so there has been no update to the spreadsheet. I will update it on Friday, though, whether I trade or not, just to share progress. Interested to hear what anybody else is doing today. If any opportunities presented themselves, I caught too late yesterday that "What is up, broski?" Typed me a message and he wasn't able to read it because I cut off the chat too soon. But I noticed that he sent a message yesterday, and I did reply, but I don't know if it showed up in the chat. So, anyways, today was a pretty relaxed day. No changes to report. As I said, spent some time at the gym and didn't see anything that I wanted to jump on. Interested to hear if you did. I learned lots from exchanging with other people. What's working for them, what's not. I'm kicking myself for not buying Meta sooner. Viewer Jerry has suggested that he's been buying Meta over the last little while at a good price, and I missed out on it when it was under $500 or $600. And as someone who's kind of following those big tech stocks, I'm kind of kicking myself for not. But I guess it could be worse. Could have bought it at 800 when it was there a little while ago. So, anyways, that's all I have to say today. I'm planning on sitting on my hands for a while. Not planning on making any trades unless I see something that's on my buy list that presents itself, and my watch list is fairly short. Haven't seen anything come up yet, and I don't share that because I don't want it to be construed as like advice or anything. But did I buy Meta? Not yet, Jerry. I'm kicking myself. I was just saying. Yeah, Jerry says, did I buy Meta? I saw it at 656 earlier on today. I don't know where we're at today, but I'm kicking myself for not doing it when it was under 600. I know it'll come back though. There will be some kind of correction or something. I don't know. Did you buy any more? Be interesting to know if what's going on with Meta. They're one of the mangoes, the new acronym that's supposed to be what you're supposed to look at according to the experts. Meta, Anthropic, Alphabet. I forget what the N stands for. Maybe it's Anthropic. Space exploration is a big part of it. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of been volatile lately, Jerry. Jerry says it goes up and down. It may go down again. You just never know. And I take it you're intending on holding it long term? No, I'm just letting it sit for years now. Nice. It'd be nice if they start issuing a dividend at some point. But Meta, I made some money on Meta last year, as I recall, or the year before, when it was cut in half after the metaverse incident. The investors got impatient with waiting for the metaverse to come about. But it could be worse. I could have bought in, like I said, when it was at $800 or close to it, not long ago. I recall it was in the high sevens, anyways. Yes, this is earnings season. It was good news for, I think JP Morgan reported today. So it should be a good time to hold tight, I would imagine. I'm looking forward to the space sector starting to report, and I'm anticipating that SpaceX's first earnings report is not going to be so great. Um, if they lost money last year, I don't see it getting any better this year, and maybe that'll be my entry point. I don't know. Um, it's hard to value SpaceX because they're not actually making money when you factor in the data center part. Apparently, that's where all the cash is getting burned up. But Starlink is a profitable part of that business. I'd like to understand better how much money it makes. Got to do some digging and reading. But like I say, I'm expecting that SpaceX is probably going to disappoint. Um, don't hold me to it. That's my gut. There's been a lot of expectations built up around the company, and until Starship starts flying like successfully, I don't know how those data centers are going to get up there. But it'd be interesting to see what happens with SpaceX. So yeah, it was a it was an uninteresting, just low key day. You know, didn't get into much. Did you trade anything today, Jerry, or are you sitting pretty? I'm at the point now where I'm just letting it breathe. I'm not in any rush to do anything. Um, Waiting to hear from the analysts on Bloomberg about some new tech company or something like that I can read up on. But haven't gotten there yet. So there's that. Anyways, guys, it's been a good one. Hope you had a good one, and hopefully earnings season continues and we get rewarded for holding in there. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Oh, hi, Michael. Let me zoom in here. You sold Nvidia. Don't like the whole bubble. Consensus. Had 75% return in a year. Wow. Via Nvidia. Yeah. And AMD, but I'm now going more into Warren Buffett's. Gonna get into some Berkshire Hathaway. Jerry's not planning on make any portfolio changes. Nice. Oh, Berkshire's unloading. That's interesting. The Buffett's unloading Berkshire. Well, I wonder how, like, he's up there in age. I'm not wishing anything ill on him, but, sometimes people at that age don't wake up. I don't wish that on him, but, he's at that point where it wouldn't be surprising if Warren Buffett just went to sleep one day and didn't wake up. I hope he's healthy as a horse and, good for years to come. But I wonder what his estate's plan is. Hi, Joe. Bigger relief rally. Yeah. You mean after the Fed Chair Warsh spoke and or because of CPI, why were you hoping for a bigger relief rally, Joe? Is there anything that would have inspired a bigger rally, do you think? I don't know what to expect, really. Um, I haven't caught up on the news since getting back from the gym. I literally got back 5 minutes before coming on the broadcast, but um, be interesting to. Yes, hoping Kevin would signal no rate. That's what's got me a little concerned with this Fed chair. Is he's basically said he's not going to give any hints. He's withholding his comments, is my understanding, which is supposed to reduce the number of signals that the Fed gives. Which I don't understand why they're doing this, but it's a change over what's happened over the last bunch of years. Um, the community's kind of become accustomed to trying to predict what the Fed does, which I guess is kind of silly because a good business doesn't matter what the Fed does, really, to my mind. Um, a good business will carry on no matter what the Fed does. The little guys need to borrow money, though, so I guess they're the ones that get really affected and clobbered when rates go up. I don't know. But it was it was kind of a no news day as far as I'm concerned. The escalation in the Middle East is a little concerning though, because I think we're going to see oil prices go up again. We already did today for a bit. Um, but I don't know. Just double check, see if I got any headlines popping up here. Ah, so maybe maybe this is a bit of a relief rally for everybody. Um, I just read that Trump is planning on not implementing that fee for ships transiting the strait. He was going to charge 20 or 30% to cargo ships moving through the Strait of Hormuz, and that would have added up to much more than Iran was charging. So, there was a little pushback from the Middle East, my understanding, the Gulf states. Very heavy into Microsoft. Ah, Michael, I've got a leap for Microsoft. Amazon, yeah. Hmm. Well, I hope it works for you, Michael. That's sort of my playbook is putting money into the big tech companies. But I'm also like the majority of my portfolio is now put into that diversified ETF, XEQT. Um, it's not the only one that's like it, but there are others that invest in basically everything. Well, I hope you can hold and never sell. I made the mistake earlier on this year of having bought Alphabet for $160 a share for 100 shares because of an option that I held, and then I sold the shares when it hit $400. Um, I know it's going to go back up again, but S&P. Well, Warren Buffett always says, "Don't bet against the American economy." He's right, I think. But I've been impressed with what the Canadian economy's done in the last little while. There's a fund that I held that I've sold since called VDY, a Vanguard fund that it's an ETF that holds the biggest Canadian dividend payers. And I think when I transition to holding, more stable stuff and not trying to go for growth, I'll probably look at that one more heavily. Um, hmm. I hope it works for you, Michael. That's a good idea. Are there any that jump out at you right now other than the tech stocks that you're looking at? S&P 100. Huh? I'll have to look at that. I saw that there's a couple of new funds that launched or are launching that are S&P minus Elon Musk. So there's a couple of funds that have launched that you can invest in Nasdaq or S&P 500, um, everything except for Elon Musk controlled companies. Because there are people that just don't like him, I guess. Um, Visa, Coca-Cola, potentially McDonald's. McDonald's have been beaten up lately. I wonder if it's a good time. I heard today that what's it called? Um, the Mexican Grill. Name's on the tip of my tongue. They're opening in Mexico. They're going to try and sell American style Mexican food to Mexicans. I hope it works. Chipotle Mexican Grill is trying their luck at opening a franchise in the States. And I read somewhere that Chipotle has McDonald's behind them somehow. Got to double check that, but I recall something about that. And Chipotle's pretty high margin, I think. I'll have to look more into it. Hmm. I said you'll have to look more into inversion stocks. Hmm. Well, I hope it works for you. You know, all you can do is do your research, try and see what happens. That's all I do. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. There's there are people offering classes and things, and I haven't taken one. Um, there's something that just sticks in my craw about people that are, you know, producing content to sell courses rather than just looking at their own investments. I don't know. I don't get it. Um, I guess it's lucrative, but I'd like to see the uh, results before investing any money into any of those courses. Michael, yeah, we all fail. And are humans at the end of the day? Yep. Yeah, isn't that truth? Truth. Totally. 100%. We're all just people. I got no ideas. I got no crystal ball. I wish I did. Um, I would love to find a reasonable course to take. I was looking at taking the Canada Securities course, Canadian Securities course. Uh, I don't know that I want to spend $1,000 to find out information that I can just find on YouTube, though. The only reason to do it would be to work in the industry, and I'm not sure I want to do that. Okay, lots of lots of investing books. Good for you, Michael. That's awesome. I'm more of an audio learner. Um, since the vision loss, you know, I've got my screen. I've got a 32-inch monitor. I got the text blown up huge so I can see. Thank you, Joe. I'll check that out. I took their micro credential finance course. Um, I'd like something a little more in depth, so I'll have to look at what they're offering. I know a lot of universities are now offering free content online, and I'm not intending on getting into the business of selling things to people. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to put $1,000 into a course that I could put $1,000 into my portfolio. Um, I'll look into that. McGill. McGill's a good university. My ex girlfriend was a graduate from McGill's psychology program. That's a good university. I like the idea of self-paced too. Have to see if they've got some more advanced stuff. Let's see. Anyways, guys, is there anything anybody's watching? Any new issues? New companies? Always interested in the little ones that I haven't heard of yet. And there's millions of them, like thousands of companies I haven't heard of. It's always interesting the penny stocks. They're pretty volatile, but interesting what you can do with them. Uh, well, anyways, thanks for the suggestion, Joe. I'll check that out. McGill. Oh yeah, they got a bunch of them. Hmm, that's awesome. Thanks, guys. Hope everybody had a great day. Um, I guess I'll sign off and do it again tomorrow at 425. Um, and I'll keep you in the loop if I make any trades. But I don't see it happening this week unless, you know, the market's on fire and there's a real opportunity. I don't want to dip into my Treasury bill ETF until there's something really on sale. You know what I mean? Uh, Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. It's Patrick, disabled investor on a mission to grow my registered disability savings plan to $1 million and sharing the journey so that other people can learn from my mistakes. Hopefully you can avoid doing some of the silly things that I've done. I'm keeping a live journal of what I'm doing so that I don't repeat my own mistakes and hopefully learn from them and hopefully other people can too. Hope you had a good day. It's been uneventful here. The sky is yellow with smoke from northern Ontario wildfires going on right now, so air quality is kind of poor. But aside from that, it was a good day to not do anything for my portfolio. As I finished the day up about $2,300 according to the bank from this morning. That meant that my portfolio gained 1.26%. I did not make any trades, and despite that, I gained more than I would have had I just invested in the indexes like the S&P 500 or the TSX or the Nasdaq ETFs that strictly invest in those index funds. So that was good. I made no trades, as I said, and I finished the day at $190,381. I owe the majority of the gains to a couple of leaps that I'm in, long-term calls. One was for Apple. That is a $290 strike price call for Apple that expires in January 2028. That added about $1,200, almost $1,300 to the portfolio alone today. The other one that added to the portfolio today was Microsoft, which added that was a $360 call for Microsoft. That added $1,150 to the portfolio. That also expires in January 2028. My shares of Alphabet gained a bit today as well. Not as much as the others, but it got me thinking about what I'm doing with my portfolio and about the mistake that I made a couple of weeks ago when I panicked and panic sold some leaps that I was into. The strike or the deltas on those leaps had deteriorated to the point that it made sense to exit, but I think I did it in a rash sort of way. I made a mistake there. So took a look at that, and I've made an adjustment to the spreadsheet that I share. You can find the link in my description, and I'll show you that in a sec. The other thing that lost a little bit of money today was shares or the leaps for Atai Life Sciences. That was down about $97, so not a whole lot. AST Space Mobile gave up a bit of money, and finally, Rocket Lab was down somewhat today. It was unfortunate, but what are you going to do? Just hold in there. I've been monitoring the deltas on the leaps that I hold to make sure that they're staying within my my range. I'm looking at rolling down or exiting positions when they drop below 60 delta. Um, Rightly or wrongly, I've decided on that because at that point they stop being stock replacements and start being lottery tickets when they're out of the money. So that's what I've done, and I'm going to share with you what I've done with my uh, spreadsheet. I've made a change to it where the spreadsheet has another tab or worksheet called ideas. And this was one of the recommendations that was given to me by AI, Claude actually, to uh, put a little time and distance between an idea to make a trade and the time that I do it. Not to stop me from doing things, but to prevent me from making rash decisions. The suggestion was to give a 2-day pause between the time I think of something and the time that I do it. So I've detailed here a couple of trades that I'm thinking of doing. Um, so today is the 15th of July. My execution date, if I go through with them, will be on Friday. That's 2 days from now. So that would be the 17th. And I've listed the ideas that I have. One is to replace the 20 shares of Alphabet that I have with uh, with a leap for that same holding. I had 2 leaps of Alphabet that were at $375 strike price. That was just too much committed to one holding. That was worth over $20,000 when I bought it, and it deteriorated. So I exited that position. So the idea is to sell the 20 shares of Alphabet and about 60 shares of XEQT to pick up a leap for Alphabet that would be a $340 call expiring in January 2028. And the reason for that is I would get the exposure to control 100 shares of Alphabet, but it would be equivalent to controlling about 70 instead of controlling 20. So I get the upside of that. I expect that Alphabet is going to end the year over $450 based on the historic growth rate, and in 2 years, in 2 years it should be over $450. The break even for a $340 strike price with the cost of the premium puts it at about $430, so it should be a net gain. And I expect it should reach that price unless something really catastrophic happens in the next 18 months. The other thing that I'm going to do is get rid of my little positions in things like heavy, that's the helium exploration, and envirometals. The positions are just too small to really make an impact on my portfolio, and it's just taking up mind space. So the suggestion from looking at AI is to just clean up the worksheet and have fewer things to worry about and fewer things to think about. And I'm all about simplifying my things, or I'm trying to be. So, anyways, that's what I'm doing. And let's see if anybody's joined us in the chat. I'm having issues with my OBS Studio at the moment. Anybody who's used it might know that the application can be temperamental sometimes. So I'm bringing up the window inside of Alphabet or inside of um, YouTube Studio, just to see if anybody's online. Looks like it's just me talking to myself right now. So this will be short and sweet. And yeah, as I said, it was a good day to um, gain and not do much, not worry too much, just let things ride, and try to stay inside to avoid the bad air quality outside. So that's about the long and the short of what happened today. And I thought I'd just share with you something that happened to me a few years ago, about 7 years ago. Um, the reason that I'm doing this, not just to keep track of what I've done and the progress I'm making, but as a reminder that 7 years ago I was briefly homeless, um, and I had been renting a room with a family member who asked me to leave the room that I was renting because I was having some issues. And I was briefly homeless. I was living out of my truck at the time. So, you know, keeping track of this journey is a way to sort of remind myself that, I came from having very little. So, anyways, it's just, it's a way to remember that things can be worse always. So, anyways, I just thought I'd share that with you. It's been 7 years this year since I was briefly homeless, and so I can relate and empathize with those who are outdoors and unhoused, and um, yeah, it's challenging. Anyways, 7 years, and if I can quit smoking and doing the things that were causing me issues, I'm sure it's possible for anybody, because I was a heavy smoker, um, and I still want to smoke. I still say that if I if I had a real bad illness, something terminal, I'd probably just pick up a pack again, because I enjoyed it, but it was no good for me, and it was no good for my wallet. So that's why I made the change. But as I said, if I can make changes and improve my life, I'm sure it can happen for anybody. And that's part of the purpose of this, is to empower the disabled community during Disability Pride Month. To try and change for the better. Because as I say, if I can do it, anybody can, I think. Um, just food for thought. Anyways, hope you had a good one. It's Wednesday. It's a nice day outside, and other than the air quality, I mean, it's kind of a strange sky, but uh, I think it's a good day to go for a walk with the dogs and just take the mind off of things. So that's what I'm gonna do. But anyways, I appreciate everybody who spent time with me today, and I will catch up with you tomorrow, same time, 4:25. Thanks for watching. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Can everybody hear me now? Sorry about that. My microphone seems to have quit working. Not sure what happened, but that was a little annoying. My apologies. What I was saying was it was one of those days. My portfolio started off the day a little higher than it ended. Ended down $1,750 thanks to a few of the holdings that I have, space and tech mostly. But I just saw news that Netflix reported positive earnings, so that's great. It looks like my microphone that I just bought crapped out. So thanks for letting me know. Appreciate it. Wonderful world of technology. Sometimes it doesn't work. Anyways, the portfolio is down a bit. I did make some moves following the trading rules that I set up previously. I got rid of my leaps for Atai Beckley because they're announced that they're getting bought by Eli Lilly, and I pocketed the money. It was a 50% profit, so I took profit and I put the money into CBIL, the Treasury Bond ETF, just temporarily while I execute my next moves. The things that took the most pain or caused the most pain in my portfolio today were Rocket Lab, Leap. That's a $100 call. Rocket Lab's not looking so great. XEQT was down as well, and Nvidia gave up some money. Thanks for letting me know, guys. Appreciate it. Wonderful. Wonderful. Hope you guys had a good day. It wasn't all bad for me. Apple and Microsoft were up. Netflix gained a little bit at the end of the day too, so that was good. And as far as moves within the portfolio, there were a couple. What I did was I updated my trading sheet, tracking sheet today. I have a couple ideas that I'm going to execute tomorrow, where what I'm looking to do is replace my Alphabet shares with the Leap, and exit the really tiny positions that don't really have an impact on my portfolio. They're just cluttering up my screen and giving me more to think about than I need. In terms of what I did today, I took profit, as I mentioned, from Atai. My average cost was $2.58 for 4 contracts, and I sold them for $4.10. So it was a pretty good day. Can you hear me now? Is this working now? How weird. In one scene, it's using the microphone, and in another scene, it's not. I don't get it. I think I might have a bad wire. Hopefully this is working better. It's not great audio. I apologize. I'm going to fix this after the stream. This tracking sheet's been updated. I hope you can hear me now. Tracking sheet's updated. It shows what I did today, just a few moves. And progress towards $1 million is recorded. I'm a little higher than I was last Friday, almost $800 worth. So that's good. Can you guys hear me now? it's showing that I'm showing audio levels here. Can you hear me now? Check. Mic check. Checking the microphone. We'll try this one. Hopefully this works a little better. It may be loose wires, Jerry, you're right. I gotta rejig everything here. I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me better now? I'm showing audio levels here. Checking the microphone. This is frustrating. Oh, weird. Okay. I guess it's a bad stream. Maybe just a bad connection today. Bottom line is, it was a profitable day for taking profit, but not great for not great for anything else. Have you been piling into that one for a while? I'm just looking at year to date. Down a little bit year to date. One year, 5 year. It's interesting. Oh, I see. Just a few months old. That explains it. Why I'm just seeing it back as far as March. Huh. And where'd you learn about this one, Jerry? I'm always interested in where, new places to find tips on new things to research. Oh, I see. So he's been at it for a while. Should know what he's doing. Okay, Charlie Munger. Right on. So Charlie Munger was the um, one who introduced you to it. That's cool. I'm always a little leery with hedge funds. Just I don't understand them, I guess, and I understand that over time the passive indexes tend to outperform the active ones. But if this guy's beating the index regularly, then that's something to pay attention to. And I guess averages lie too. You know, you can't go by just an average because of all hedge fund managers, if they, you know, you have some crappy ones and some that do well, it makes sense that on average they don't outperform the index. But there's got to be stars, you know, ones that do. It was praised in a daily journal. Cool. Well, it's worth paying attention to. I yeah, I respect what Charlie Munger used to say. He was a straight shooter. I liked him. Um, to me, he was no bullshit. You know, just tell you whatever was on his mind. You know, no polish, just without the sugar. You just give it to you straight. I liked that. I respected him. Warren Buffett does the same thing, but he's got a little bit more, uh, you know, he's a little better in front of the camera, I think. But yeah, I like them both. Anyways, my apologies about the audio earlier. I I got to do some more checks. It was showing as being uh, my audio levels were positive on this side, so it must be somewhere in between um, the internet. Things just weren't working. I'm gonna get a chance watching an interview. Monish. Okay. He's East Indian fella, isn't he? East Indian American, I guess. I think I know the guy you're talking about. Um, he's got a mustache. Oh, he manages Wagon Fund. Okay. It's worth looking into then. Right. I think I recognize him. That's worth looking into then. I will. Thanks again, Jerry. Appreciate you pointing out the audio wasn't working. Anyways, it was a good day to not do much. The forest fires are still burning. Meta earnings on the 29th. I think Microsoft's the same day, if I'm not mistaken. Um, any expectations for what they're going to do? Just looking up Meta. They're down a little bit today. Not down to a point that I had set for an alarm, but people got spooked about AI again today. Mm. It would be interesting to see if the AI trade is actually going to result in some money being made. Um, I hope that Anthropic's IPO is successful, but I expect it's going to be similar to what SpaceX just went through. I was hearing a couple of analysts talk about it today, kind of expecting, a positive debut and then um, a drop. You buy in, okay, not bad. 575 for 10 grand worth. So you got a few of them. Good for you. You've made some money already. Can't beat that. My um, last look at it was for leaps for Meta, and it was just above what I was willing to pay. It was going to run me close to 20,000 Canadian, which is just too big for one position for me right now. Um, but I may buy a couple of shares, like I've said before. Uh, just waiting on a real pullback. But maybe I'm waiting in vain. I don't know. You got to write it down and look at what a good entry point is, I guess. Today's portfolio number was not bad, but not great. Could have been better. Did you end up making some money today, Jerry? Anyways, it's been a good day to stay inside. Glad to have made a little bit of money. Um, Despite the portfolio being down, I actually took profit, which was, tempting to stay in there. I was actually thinking about just exercising the option and holding on to the shares and waiting for Lilly to pay out for Atai. No worries, Jerry. It changes day to day, and if you're not making any moves, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, if you're not selling at a loss, you haven't baked it in yet. That's the way I look at it, anyways. Um, if I sell and it's a loss, then it's permanent. There's no coming back from it. But I think you might have said it that selling is, you know, more art than science. I agree. But I tell you, having that rule written down to sell at 50% gain, I think was a blessing. Um, you know what? Honestly, I don't do the math as often as I should for entry points. That's something I gotta study a little more. Is determining a fair value to buy. Um, I've in the past just made a decision about what I want to be in and waited for what seemed like a fair price, but I know there's more math to it that I could do um, to understand what a fair value is on things, like future discounted cash flow or something. I gotta do more learning. Okay, 50% at 100% gain. That makes sense. And you could get there with those things like Meta. Um, they just seem to be compounding machines. I hope you get there. I've previously done that with the leaps, um, but where I get a little concerned is, with this takeover offer for the drug company I was in. Um, there was a guaranteed price up front, and then a maybe price future on, and I just didn't want to stay in it just in case. Don't cut the flowers and water the weeds. Makes sense. Yeah, I guess some people, uh, like you're saying, take back the initial investment when you get to 100%. Nothing wrong with that. I think doing something similar would make sense for me. And I've done that with leaps before, but knowing when to get out is harder than it looks. Anyways, it's been a good day to stay inside. Um, Forest fires are raging up north. The sky is still smoky. It smells like a campfire outside. I don't know what it's like where you are. Hopefully, the smoke isn't too bad, but I heard, there are some rumblings about blaming Canada for the forest fire. Um, and maybe, maybe there's something that could be done about it. I don't know, but there's concern that it may be pretense to get a foothold in Canada. I don't know. Hope it's nothing like that. But as I said, it was a good day to stay inside. Um, the weather is pushing all the smoke, and not a good day to be going for walks and stuff in nature. That's for sure. So, anyways, I'm gonna try again tomorrow with the live stream at 4:25, and hopefully, uh, audio works properly. I think I'll stick with this tomorrow. See how it works. Get a little low tech and just use the gaming headset. Seems to work okay, and I go from there. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you had a good one, and I will talk to you again tomorrow. Cheers. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Well, good afternoon. It was another one of those days where I think my rules might have saved my portfolio a little bit from performing worse than it did. It was a rough day. As I've got on the screen right now, my portfolio performance of the day. Hopefully, the audio is working properly today. I spent some time trying to correct it. Um, the portfolio ended the day down by $4,500, which was not great. I did make some changes, but in terms of performance, I definitely did worse than I would have had I just invested in index funds today. So, you know, that is weighing on my mind. It's something to consider. I did make some changes, as I said. I was invested in straight shares of Alphabet. I saw the price deteriorate to a point where, to my mind, it made sense to buy a leap. I planned this 2 days ago, in accordance with my trading rules, which require me to write down my reasoning for doing something 48 hours in advance. So I did that and planned out the delta that I was targeting. Got pretty close to that. I think it worked out okay today. And it took some jostling around a little bit. Had to sell the shares of Alphabet and a couple of shares of CBIL, the Treasury bond ETF that I topped up yesterday just for temporary cash holding. And a couple of shares, like 3 shares of XEQT to make it happen. At the end of the day, though, it was not a great day to do that. The portfolio suffered a little bit, as you can see. XEQT was my worst holding, giving up several $100s, like almost $1,000. Alphabet, the leap that I bought for Alphabet, also dropped a bit, but it is a $325 call for Alphabet, which by my math is in the realm of realistic expectations for where this stock will be much higher than that over the next few years. So I'm not too concerned about that. Adding the premium to the price, that the strike price, means that I need a value on the stock of about $450 by January 2020, or $430, sorry, by January 2028. So I think we're going to get there. The other worst performer, as you might have heard on the news, Netflix did pretty poorly last night on earnings report. I guess their numbers weren't up to snuff, so it just it didn't work out too good today. I've been monitoring that holding closely for the Delta floor, which is the probability that the price will be achieved for the leap, and it's still within my keeper range, so I'm not too worried about it. There were some good things in the portfolio though today, like Apple. There was some good news about their trial with Department of Justice, so that was good. And AST SpaceMobile was up a little bit, but it's been beaten up quite badly over the last little while. I have 20 shares of or 25 shares of AST SpaceMobile at the moment, and it's my intent on holding on to those, maybe adding to them if the price continues to deteriorate, because I think long term it makes sense. I have been considering re-entering a leap for them, but I'm not sure. And finally, Sana Biotechnology was up a little bit today for me, so it was good. Not a whole lot, like $81. Didn't make up for the losses that I incurred today, but that's okay. As far as the rules, I'll show you what I did in the portfolio today. I'll just bring it up here, and you can see for yourself what happened with the trades. I'll just bring it up here. There we oh, it's giving me a little trouble today. There we go. It's on screen. I have my my spreadsheet that I share so that you can keep track at home if you're interested. The ideas that I had a couple of days ago were to buy a leap for Alphabet instead of holding the shares. So I planned that out back on Wednesday, and waited 2 days to not just go in it rash, and exited a couple of positions that were just too small to really have an impact on my portfolio. The log shows exactly what I did today, and my rationale for doing so, just to clear up my portfolio, make it a little easier to read. In terms of progress, it was definitely a setback day. I am farther from my goal today by $3,500 for the RDSP. um, since yesterday, so that's unfortunate. And as far as what that really means for the uh, lifetime disability assistance payments later on, um, not a whole lot, a few $100s a year difference at this point. So, I'm happy that it's not worse, but I think the rules saved me from making a compounding mistake. Um, and I've got to weigh whether I want to make any changes again. I'm trying to slow down on making changes because I think it may be hurting me in the long run. So I'm trying to calm down a little bit and not do so much on the portfolio. So that's what happened. It was a pretty brutal day for a lot of people. A lot of selling chip stocks and space, and SpaceX was looking pretty rough. Uh, don't have much explanation for it other than the war continues between the States and Iran, and that just carries on. And I think oil prices and the escalation of the war is taking its toll. But I don't know what is really causing all the problem, but all I can do is just control what I do, and try not to panic, and that's what I've been trying to do. Um, Interested to hear if anybody made any trades today, any changes to their portfolios. It was a day of, as I say, just the planned moves that I detailed in my ideas log before doing so, and that was the extent of what I did. Um, so I'm planning on slowing down a little bit. I may take a bit of a pause from the live streaming next week and just go back to some pre-recorded stuff, just to take a little break for the summer. But I will keep you apprised as to what I do. Stock Talk will continue, just maybe a little more edited and a little more uh, brief and easier to watch. So I'm cognizant of the your time, and appreciate everybody who spends time watching this. It's great to have you here. Anyways, it's been one of those weeks. It's been a long slog, and hopefully it gets better next week. But I don't know. One of the viewers wrote a comment earlier on a short that I made, mentioning that the Korean stock exchange was down like 28% at one point. So, is that the canary in the coal mine? Is that what's coming? I don't know. But I'm calm and relaxed, and just going with it for now, and trying not to make any more rash decisions. So that's where I'm at. Hope you had a good one. Hope your trades are profitable, and you're making some money. And if you're a disabled investor like me with a registered disability savings plan, I hope you're making contributions and taking full advantage of what the government offers. I've said it before, and the reason that I do this is not to brag or boast or any of that. It's to really encourage other people with disabilities to take advantage of the registered disability savings plan that our government offers. I mean, where else in the world do they offer disabled people $90,000 or the equivalent in savings? I can't think of any. It's pretty incredible what our government gives us. I mean, it would be better if they gave us some other things, but at least they give us that. I'm thankful for what I got that way. And I want to encourage other people with disabilities to take full advantage of what's offered. I mean, if you put in $30,000 and you have a low income over 20 years, you end up with $90,000 worth of grants and bonds from the government, to give you, $120,000 in savings. Pretty incredible when you think about it. So that's the whole point of this, is to try and encourage other people with disabilities in Canada to take advantage of what's offered. And I'm not an expert. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not anything. I'm just a guy with some lived experience who's trying to share with others, what's worked for me and what hasn't, and take it from there. I think I would love to hear from other people with disabilities in Canada and around the world, how you manage on what you get. And if you manage to dig your way out of legislated poverty, it'd be interesting to hear. Aside from finding suitable employment, which I'm looking, I don't know how people with disabilities are supposed to get by. So with the exception of this disability savings plan that the government offers, the RDSP, I don't know what we're supposed to do. It's tough. So anyways, I'd love to hear from other people with disabilities in Canada and around the world how you get by and what you do, and if you're making progress towards escaping the provincial and federal disability programs that are very restrictive and kind of draconian with what they do to us, require us to report and that sort of thing. Really makes you feel like you're, living under the thumb of somebody. So, that's the objective, is to grow my account to a point where I can escape and hopefully provide a blueprint for other people to do the same, without giving advice, just showing what I've done and what's worked, and more importantly, what hasn't. So anyways, hope you all had a good day, you all, and good week, and I will catch up with you again on Monday. As I said, next week I'm going to take a break from the live streaming and go back to just pre-recorded things that come out generally around 5 p.m. And as always, if you have comments or questions, ideas, feel free to leave a comment or shoot me an email. It's in the description of the page for YouTube. And I will catch you next week. Thanks for watching, everybody. Take care. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Hey, good afternoon. It's Patrick. It's Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026. I'm on a $1 million mission to grow my registered disability savings plan and sharing the journey with you so you can learn from my mistakes. Today, I again didn't make any trades, just like yesterday. And despite that, the bank claims that I am down like $2,300. But let me show you something. Here's what I captured yesterday around this time, that my portfolio was actually sitting at $186,700. And today, captured at the same time, my portfolio is indicating that it's at $186,950. So one day I'll have to get a banker to explain to me, or someone in the business, why the numbers appear to be so out so often. It's kind of frustrating. If I go by these numbers, it would appear that I underperformed all the numbers of the indexes today. The TSX was positive today, while the S&P 500 and NASDAQ were negative. But judging by yesterday's numbers and today's, I'm actually positive by a smidge. So I don't know what to buy, what to believe. Um, I do know that I'm waiting on earnings results from Alphabet to have a bigger impact on my portfolio. Um, the things that took it down today were my leap for Microsoft. That's a $360 call expiring in January 2028, along with my $290 call for Apple that gave up a few $100, and my leaps for Sana biotechnology were also down. It wasn't all bad though. Nvidia was positive today, so the leap that I have for Nvidia was up. And the leap for Rocket Lab, the Nvidia leap is a $200 call expiring in December 2028. The Rocket Lab leap is a $100 call expiring in January 2027 or 2028. Sorry, and Quantum Emotion was up, was negative as well. So there wasn't a lot of positive on my screen today. But I thought I'd share with you where we were at this time last year, just to put it in perspective. Despite the bank showing one number and me having recollected a different, it helps to actually maintain perspective by looking at where I was this time last year. It's Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025. I'm Patrick, a disabled investor on $1 million mission to grow my registered disability savings plan from where it's at today to $1 million in about 15 years. I'm sharing my journey and market moves, the good and the bad, and everything in between, so that you can learn from my mistakes and avoid making them and maybe make smarter choices with your own investments. Today, I didn't make any changes to my account. Made no trades, made no nothing. But despite that, my portfolio dropped 1.86% to end the day at $124,350. So there you have it. 124 last year, and here we are at 186. I would call that a successful year, despite being year to date down. This perspective helps me stay positive and keep my eye on the prize, which is zooming out. When in doubt, zoom out, and looking at where I'm at. Anyways, no trades today. No intent on making any. It was just another relaxing day, and it is my intent to get back to doing live streams next week. Probably on the Wednesday. I'm gonna try and mix it up with a little bit of pre-recorded content, a little bit of live streaming, and just see how it goes. The reason for this is I've noticed that the live streams aren't always attended. Sometimes I'm just talking in the void, just like I am when I'm just pre-recording. So I might as well pre-record the majority of this stuff and put up some live streams to answer questions live from those of you who have them about the Registered Disability Savings Plan and what it's like to invest with a disability in Canada or in the US. I'm always interested to hear from disabled investors internationally, like in the US, veterans and people with disabilities who may have access to the ABLE accounts there. Anyways, we'll cross that bridge next week on Wednesday. Thanks for watching, and I will talk to you again tomorrow. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Happy Friday, everybody. It's Friday, July 24th, 2026. I'm Patrick, disabled investor, on a mission to grow my registered disability savings plan to $1 million and sharing the journey with you so you can learn from my mistakes. Today, I just had to turn the light on. Today, I had to follow a rule that I set regarding the exit point of leaps when they fall below a certain threshold. Delta, it's called, which is essentially the probability that the call is going to finish in the money. My leap for Rocket Lab fell below a threshold, which was 60, a delta of 60. 60% chance it was going to finish in the money. So I exited that position. That was the rule that I established previously. It ended up at a 58 delta, so it was pretty close, but you know, rules are rules. I'm trying to follow them. So I exited that position and preserved the money as best I could. Finished the day at $181,821, which is an increase of where we were at yesterday of about 0.68%, which outperformed what the TSX, S&P 500, and NASDAQ indexes did today. So I feel good about that. As I said, I made that exit of Rocket Lab. I had a few extra dollars sitting in the account, so I decided to start transitioning from Quantum Emotion calls that I have to shares. The experiment didn't work. Although the shares or the calls are in the money, I'm not convinced they're going to be worth much by the November expiry of them. So I've got to add that to my ideas. But I think Monday I'm going to transition the calls that I have to actual shares because leaps are not available for Quantum Emotion. Unfortunately, the longest dated call that I can buy is expiring in February, which is just no good. That's not a leap. So so that's happening. I looked at buying an additional call for Compass Pathways because they were down like 25% at one point today, but changed my mind and decided just to hold on to the cash. It's going to show that if we take a look at my holdings, that I'm below a certain number, but with the cash in the account, it adds up. The best performer today in my account, according to Yahoo Finance, was Apple. The leap that I have for Apple, it's a $290 call expiring in January 2028. XEQT was the other best performer, and a leap for Netflix, that's a $75 call expiring in December 2028. That added a little bit of money to the portfolio as well. Wasn't all great news today, though. Compass Pathways, as I said, was down significantly. Rocket Lab was the other one that took some money off the table, and it was a poor performer. And Nvidia, that is a $200 call expiring in January 2020 or December 2028. That gave up a bit of money as well today, but not much. And as far as the spreadsheet goes, I have updated it because I've been maintaining that. Here we go. I've updated the log to reflect the trades that I made today, and the progress shows that it's actually wrong. It shows that I'm down $6,400, but with the cash factored in, I'm actually at about $180,000 right now. So still about 18% of the way to $1 million. So I'm farther from my goal than I was last Friday by almost 0.5%. It's been a rocky week, hard week to own tech and space stocks, with the war raging, and Trump claiming that we're coming to a ceasefire, but that the Iranians want a deal. I think everybody knows it's bullshit and doesn't believe anything he's saying anymore. I mean, the sane people in the room are feeling that anyways. Sorry, but I just don't buy anything he's selling anymore. So I don't know. I don't know that we're coming to peace, and I think that's having a big impact on my portfolio. I don't know about yours, but I'm glad I have that XEQT because that's saving the day, because it's into things that that I'm not looking at right now, like the energy sector, which is spiking right now. But anyways, it's been one of those days. Glad I'm diversified, I gotta say that. So yeah, it was a uneventful day on my part, other than those 2 trades. Didn't do too much, just kind of relaxed. Hope you had a good one. This week has been rough, as I said. Hopefully next week's better, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to be back to the live posting next week, kind of a hybrid schedule. I'll be doing some pre-recorded stuff like this, and so I can edit it down and make it short and sweet for everybody who's got not a lot of time to watch. And then my plan is Wednesday to do a live stream, so watch out for that, and I will catch you again on Monday. Hope you all had a good week. Interested to hear if you made any trades or not. I mean, it's a pretty ripe environment for taking advantage of things, it seems. Interested to hear how it went for everybody. Anyways, hope you had a good one, and I will talk to you on Monday. Thanks for watching. Hey everybody, welcome back to Disabled Investor. It's been a week since I've been off. I didn't do any live streaming, so I'm back. It's Monday, July 27th, 2026, and I just thought I'd provide a quick update on my portfolio. I made one move today, and it wasn't anything stupendous, but it resulted in my portfolio actually outperforming the indexes today. My portfolio ended the day at $183,686, which was a gain of around $1,800 today. That is an increase of 1% versus the indexes, which were the TSX was up 0.5%. The S&P 500 was almost unchanged, and the Nasdaq was up or down 0.18%. So I feel pretty good about that. Didn't do too much to cause it. I did make one trade. I thought about making another, but wasn't able to meet the price that I was looking for. I added the proceeds from my Rocket Lab sale on last Friday to the ETF called CBIL. That is the Canadian Treasury Bond, short-term Treasury Bond ETF that I hold, just as temporary cash holdings, because I'm planning on getting back into Rocket Lab, but waiting for some more clarity. I don't buy the talk that there's a peace deal in the works. They've cried wolf too many times, so I just don't buy it. So I'm waiting for the inevitable startup of hostilities again to get back in. The things that caused my portfolio to gain so much today were the leaps that I hold for the big tech. It was a day for big tech other than NVIDIA, it seems, because the leap that I hold for Microsoft, that's a $360 call expiring in January 2028, was up. The $325 call for Alphabet, Google, expiring at the same time, that gained some money. And my leap for Apple, which is a $290 call expiring at the same time, January 2028, also gained a little bit of money. things that weren't so great today, like I mentioned, was Nvidia. It gave up a fair bit of money because it dropped below the strike price for that leap, which is a $200 call expiring in December 2028. Not too worried about it. I think we're going to get there again. I don't believe the build out is anywhere near over. So, yeah, not too worried about it. But that's the long and the short of what I did today. Not a whole lot. I did update my spreadsheet to show the progress towards the goal and the changes that I made to the portfolio today. In the log, indicated what happened with the CBIL purchase and progress towards $1 million. As for those who are new here, I'm Patrick. I'm a disabled investor. I have low vision, among other things, and I'm working on growing a registered disability savings plan to $1 million to, in order to make my retirement years, golden years, a little bit more tolerable. I mean, if I need a wheelchair, those things can be 10 grand. So, it's important to have a little bit of money set aside, and I'm doing it mostly through, well, pretty much all through the ODSP, Ontario Disability Support Pension, that I receive. Whatever little bit of money I can set aside, I do, and that has resulted in my portfolio growing over $183,000 today. As far as growing towards my goal of $1 million, I'm a little closer today, up $4,600 since the last report on Friday, and that means that I'm 18.26% of the way towards the goal. So that's good. As far as changes to the portfolio and the impact this would make on my lifetime disability assistance payments that I have to withdraw when I turn 60, it's a negligible effect on that. Still going to be around $8,000 a year if I stopped growing the portfolio today. Remember, I got about 13 years to go before I have to start drawing anything out. So, yeah, it would be an $8,000 bump in my Canada pension plan and other things when I get to that age. Old age security, guaranteed income supplement, all those other things will be. We'll get an additional $8,000 a year up until later in life, when the LDAP payments increase and then decrease as I approach old age. And if you're interested, I have a link to this portfolio sheet in my description, where you can view what I hold and get some ideas. It's not advice, it's just this is what I'm doing, and I'm sharing my journey to hopefully help other people who are disabled or have low income and interested in this RDSP to take advantage of what the government's offering. I mean, we can claim like $90,000 in government money if you're low income and you take advantage of the grants. It's $90,000 of government money that's up for grabs for each of us that have a disability. So, a disability tax credit. So that's the point of this channel, is to kind of share the journey and inspire other people to do the same, or do better, hopefully do better than I am. I'm just sharing the mistakes that I'm making along the way to hopefully help other people, do better. Because being disabled in Canada is expensive, and it's only going to get worse. I mean, the cost of living it's gone crazy, and I'm just fortunate to be living in a stable situation where I can put money aside and save for that inevitable 60 years old when I'm going to have to start drawing on this. and that 65, ODSP goes away, and I have to think about other ways of being supported. So, having a retirement account makes a lot of sense, I think. Anyways, for those who are interested, you can check out the link. It's in the description to my RDSP holdings and the activity that I've done over the last bunch of months. I've shared anytime I've made a trade, what's happened to the portfolio. So you're more than welcome to check that out if you're interested. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. It can be as interesting as watching paint dry sometimes, but it adds a little bit of excitement to my life, so that's why I do it. Anyways, it was another interesting day. Hope you had a good one. It was mostly positive for me, but I realized it wasn't for everybody. So, say la vie. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you had a good one. I'll be back again tomorrow, 4:25, to share whatever happens. I did make another contribution to my portfolio. I took a loan to maximize my carry forward amount. So that'll hit the account tomorrow, and you'll see the impact. It'll be another 2 months before I get the grant amounts, but I borrowed $2,200 to add to my account because I get $3 for every dollar I put in. So I'll show you what I'm doing with that tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Anyways, I'll be back at 4:25, and if anybody has any comments, more than welcome to chat. I'm not an expert by any means. I just have lived experience, and I'm happy to share what I've learned. But like I say, I'm not an expert. I'm not a licensed professional. If you have questions, specific to your situation, you may want to run it by someone who's, licensed and can give proper advice. But I'm more than happy to share what's worked for me and what hasn't, and lessons that I've learned. That's about the long and the extent to which I can go as a non licensed person. I'm not a financial advisor, right? So it's not financial advice. But anyways, looks like it's just me talking into the void right now. And I wasn't really expecting to go live today. I just thought I would pop on and see if anybody's there. And it's just me. So I'm gonna wrap it up and just say thanks for watching. Like I say, it was a pretty good day. Up almost $1,900 today, and given what's going on in the Middle East and all the tensions and all that other stuff, I guess I got to be happy about what I did accomplish today. So, anyways, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again tomorrow, 4:25. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. It's Patrick, a disabled investor on $1 million mission to grow my registered disability savings plan and sharing the journey with you so you can learn from my mistakes. Today, I made a contribution to my portfolio. I took a loan because for every dollar I contribute into my RDSP here in Canada, up until the time I turn the year I turn 50, I get healthy grants and bonds and matching contributions from the government when I do that. So I had some carry forward amount from previous years that I hadn't contributed enough to maximize. So I'll show you what's going on with that, and what had the biggest impact on my portfolio today, why I'm up a little bit of money today, and just the impacts on the portfolio today. Starting with where we ended the day. I started off with my portfolio about $250 less than I ended the day. So that's good. I'm up 0.14%, but I didn't do as well as I would have had I strictly invested in the Toronto Stock Exchange index or an index that like an ETF that invests strictly in the S&P 500. But I managed to do better than I would have had I done that with a NASDAQ 100 ETF focused index fund. So that's okay. The reason my portfolio changed the way that it did today, as I mentioned, I took a loan, deposited $2,200 into my portfolio because in about 2 months, it usually takes about 60 days or so, I will see an additional $6,600 hit my account. So that's why I took the loan, because I'm coming up to the age 49 cliff in a couple of years, and then there will be no more grants. So, I want to make sure that I get every dime that I'm entitled to. Hi, Michael. I'll get to you in just a sec here. As far as the best and worst performers in my portfolio today, best was Alphabet, Leap, followed by Microsoft and Netflix. The worst was AST Space Mobile, the shares I have for them, and Apple actually gave up a little bit of money. Let me zoom in on what you're saying here, Michael. I can't really make it out. So, there we go. Michael's got a lot to say today. Nice to see you, Michael. Let me bring up this so I can view it properly. Sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about here, Michael. He's talking about shared units, private bedrooms, family units. Yeah, I wouldn't want a shared unit either. Sounds not so great. Yeah, sharing an apartment can be challenging. I've been there. I've been in shared I'm there now. I'm renting a room. Anyways, I hope it works out for you. Oh man. Mom kicked in the door and brother monopolized the main living. Oh no. Wow. Sounds like a real challenging situation. I hope you find some housing unit that meets your needs sooner than later. I'm just going to share with you my my updated spreadsheet so you can see what's going on there. On screen, I have just an outline of the contribution that I made. The matching government grants won't show up in my portfolio for another 2 months or so, but I've tracked what I was entitled to, and I've got to contribute an additional $150 to maximize what I can actually get. As far as what I'm going to do with the money, I traded today. I made one trade and deposited or bought additional shares of CBIL, the short-term Treasury bond ETF, because I'm not sure what to do with the money yet. I'm a little concerned about what's going on in the Middle East. I think oil prices are going to be affected, despite the price dropping today, which doesn't make a lot of sense with the Saudi Arabian refineries being struck and under threat. I don't really understand what's going on. It seems like market manipulation, but I don't know. That's what some people are saying. And the news seems to be just kind of ignoring what's going on in the Middle East right now, or not talking about it as much on Bloomberg. So I don't know. I'm a little cautious, I guess, right now. I want some more clarity before I buy anything. And as far as the other stuff goes, I've updated the spreadsheet so you can check it out if you'd like. Get back to the chat here. I'm sorry that happened to you, Michael. Getting your door kicked in is not cool. I was in a place one time where the person I was renting from did something similar, and it's just not right. Not right at all. But I hope it works out. How's your portfolio doing today, Michael? Did you check in on it? Were you able to? I find it's a little break from reality, checking the market and seeing how things are going. I just, I do that. I work out and I walk my dogs. Having other things to focus on then seems to make a difference in my life. Other than just being disabled, and focusing on what I can't do. I'm trying to find things that I can. Anyways, I'm sorry that happened. I hope you find a better living situation soon. Sounds like it's a real tough situation you're in. Which is another reason why these RDSPs are so important, because can you imagine being in your 60s and having no option but to live in unstable situation? At least if you got a little money behind you, you can draw on it and find yourself a new place to live. You're not at the whim of unstable roommates. That's another reason to save. Anyways, I hope things work out for you. In terms of the markets, like I said, it looks like all is calm, and that makes me a little nervous. So that's why I haven't bought anything like the broad index ETF yet. I'll probably end up doing that. I did work up an idea that I'm going to work on executing within my 2-day time limit. For those who are maybe unfamiliar, I had issues of trading too often, so I drafted some rules with the assistance of Claude AI, Anthropic's AI, to kind of put the brakes on and help me not buy and sell so quickly. So I sold out of a Rocket Lab Leap that I had on Friday because it fell below a certain delta, which is a probability of it expiring worth money. It fell below a point that I was willing to hold it at, so I got rid of it. And I'm looking at re-entering Rocket Lab in 2 days at a new 70 delta whatever that would be. At this point, it looks like that would be around a $55 call, or maybe a $60 call. But if I can get something better for around the same money, I'll do that in the next couple of days. I'm just not executing it this second because like I said, I don't want to make rash decisions. I want to, be a little more thoughtful with what I do. So, anyways, this is my ideas list, which I don't always execute on, as you may discover if you go through here. I was thinking about exiting my position of Quantum Emotion and buying shares instead, but I wasn't able to get the price I was looking for the calls, so I haven't done that yet, and I intend to do that about 90 days before the expiry of those calls. So I'll revisit that again. But that's essentially what I've been doing. Oh, hey, Michael. Well, I hope a studio apartment will be what the doctor ordered for you. Sometimes having your own four walls is so important, or finding a roommate you can live with. But that's something. I mean, people spend more time, excuse me, finding people to date than they do people to live with for roommates. There's no, there should be an app, like dating app, for finding roommates. I think not for dating, but for finding people you're compatible with. I think that would be kind of useful. But I hope you find what you're looking for. Anyways, not a really productive day, just another day at the gym and out with the dogs, and pretty straightforward. Hope everyone else had a good one, and I'll catch up with you again tomorrow. Same time, 4:25. Thanks for watching, everybody, and I will talk to you again tomorrow. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Good afternoon, everybody. It's Patrick, disabled investor on $1 million mission to grow my registered disability savings plan. I got set back a bit today, along with, I bet, a lot of other people. Markets were a little upset today. I am assuming it had to do with Fed rate decisions to hold, not to cut interest rates, and decision of the U.S. to escalate the war again with Iran, or retaliate, or whatever. It continues. So anyways, my portfolio declined by 1.87% today, which was a drop of over $3,480, to finish the day at $182,716. That underperformed the broader indexes, but not much worse than the NASDAQ did. So I feel okay about that. I mean, it could have been worse. The reason for the big drop, in a large part, had to do with my holdings of XEQT, which is the broadly diversified ETF that holds virtually everything. That dropped substantially today, like $1,600. Nvidia. I have a Leap for Nvidia, which was deep in the money and no longer is. So it's dropped, and that's a $200 call expiring in January 20 or December 2028. So I'm not too worried about that. I know we're going to get back there. It's just a matter of time. And my shares of AST Space Mobile dropped today as well. Space seems to be a little toxic right now. I'm not sure what's going on there. But the things that prevented my portfolio from doing worse today were holdings of things like the Leap I have for Microsoft. It's a $360 call expiring in January 2028. Also, Leap for Alphabet, that is a $325 call expiring in January 2028. And my Leap for Apple, which is a $290 call expiring in January 2028. All of those kept it from being worse today. In terms of what I did with my portfolio today, hey Jerry, I'll just show you. I did buy a couple of additional shares of QNC today, just because I had a couple of bucks sitting in the account, decided to do something with it, and I'm a little further from my goal than I was yesterday. So anyways, it's all in the log and in the sheets if you're interested. Let's see what Jerry has to say today. Hey Jerry. Meta's dropping. Yeah, it might be time to jump in. I agree. I think we'll see what happens tomorrow. How the war escalates and how Iran responds. It's been a mess, hasn't it? I'm not looking forward to diesel prices going up here and gas prices as a result. I'm expecting that, and everything that moves on rail and truck and ship to accordingly increase in price. I hope I'm wrong, but oil fuels everything, and it's required for moving goods. So we'll see what happens, but I think that's going to have an impact on the markets for sure, and that'll be a little unfortunate if we have further drops tomorrow, but I'm kind of expecting it. How about yourself? Are you looking to buy some more Meta at this point? It's looking good. But they're reporting today, aren't they? So I'm interested to hear how the report goes. Yes, right now market's dealing with war. Increased rates. Yeah, there's a possibility of hikes even. And yeah, the correction in the chip stocks, my understanding there is there's concern about what they're calling circular financing, where basically the Nvidia is lending money or investing in their customers, which I don't see the big deal with that, but you're just sitting on Meta for a while. Yeah, why not? I've got my alert set for 525. If I can get in at that, I'll be very happy. But I think I'm just going to buy a few shares as opposed to buying a full Leap for it. I don't want to put up $20,000 into one holding at this point. I learned my lesson before. That's just too substantial for my portfolio at this point. But it could be a good one. That's for sure. Are you watching anything else interesting, like Wagon or any of those ETFs we discussed previously? I find it interesting that all of the Canadian dividend stocks right now are looking pretty attractive to me. Since I don't have to pay the the foreign investment tax on it, and you know, I would imagine the wagon is doing well. It's kind of a contrary play, isn't it? It does opposite of what the mainstream does. Oh, good. I'm glad you're making some money. Today was a little surprising, dropping $3,400. But what are you gonna do? I'm planning to put a large out of my money in wagon. Oh, okay. Yeah, why not? I mean, if it's a regular compounder, makes sense. I'm looking at doing something similar with the Canadian energy sector, because we're going to do well because of what's going on with the Middle East. I think right now, oil prices are going up, and the continent is hungry for energy with respect to the data centers and all that, wanting power and having the right to generate their own. Wow. So he did pretty good. I hope you make some money on that one. Yeah, 26 average annual return is not anything to sneeze at. That's for sure. That's awesome compared with the S&P 500. I hope his new fund does as well as his track record. And that the research and everything that backs up his decisions is sound. I would imagine it would be. But, it's interesting how the research says that passive index funds outperform active ones over the long term. And I don't quite understand how that works. If you've got people that have an edge of some kind managing a fund, it would seem that they would do better. But, the reality opposes that, my understanding. I mean, I still try to outperform, but I'm not doing so good this year. Some of the stuff that I'm into just isn't doing it. Space and chip stocks are not doing well right now. But it could just be momentum is what's going on. People see something moving up or down and they just keep chasing it. Or exiting. I don't know. But it's interesting. Yeah, I know what you mean. Some people just seem to have a knack. I mean, even Buffett, has outperformed over the years. On average, he's done a lot better. Yeah, there's a drag from the active management fees for sure. And, like here in Canada, there's still people with these registered disability savings plans who are into, what the bank puts them into, whatever bank they're with. And some of the mutual funds that they're in charge up to 2% or more. Can be very expensive to have an actively managed fund that may not perform as well as the index. And it kind of bothers me because it's, it's partly our money as disabled people, but it's also partly government money that goes into these registered disability savings plans. So, I don't think the bank should be hosing people for soaking people for extra fees. That's really government money. It seems a little dirty to me. Not to mention, the people that have these RDSPs generally don't have a lot of money to go around. So, it's kind of dirty pool to soak them for extra. It's not right. And the fees are fees can be brutal. But it is what it is. So, anyways, it was a pretty good day. Hope you had a good one. I have on my ideas book that I'm going to be buying an additional share of Leap for Rocket Lab tomorrow, provided things don't go ridiculous. That should be happening tomorrow, so I'll be updating the log then. But today was quite the surprise that things escalated and the markets dropped. Unfortunate, but honestly, I wasn't paying too much attention to it. I bought a new video game and was playing that, so took attention away from the stress of the market. Anyways, thanks for watching again, guys. It's been a good one to not do anything. Hope you had a good one. And I'll catch up with you again tomorrow, this time, 4:25. Thanks for watching. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Well, today was another exciting day. I'm Patrick, disabled investor on a mission to grow my registered disability savings plan to $1 million and sharing the journey with you so you can learn from my mistakes. Today was it was exciting. Microsoft reported earnings yesterday, and as a result, my portfolio's jumped more than the market return today. I'm up about $6,500 today, which is a gain of over 3.5%. Versus the indexes, which were all positive today, which was great for a lot of people. My portfolio finished the day at $189,922, and I made a few moves today. As I mentioned before, I was planning on buying a Leap for Rocket Lab. The price presented itself today for buying a $60 call expiring in January 2028. That should expire well beyond the in the money. Price expectations, according to the experts, is around $113 price target for the end of the year. So we'll see what happens. We may get there, but 2028 is a long way away. So a lot can happen between now and then. I sold shares of CBIL, which is my treasury bond ETF that I hold as temporary cash storage, and I used that money to fund the purchase of Rocket Lab, and a little residual money I used to buy a few more shares of Quantum Emotion. The things that added the biggest jump to my portfolio today were Microsoft. As I mentioned, Microsoft alone jumped a whole lot today, and that was a result of their earnings report yesterday, which was very positive and impressed a lot of people. So it added about $4,700 to my portfolio today. XEQT, that's the broadly diversified ETF that I hold. It added a bunch of money to the portfolio today too, about $1,500. And Leap for Nvidia, that's a $200 call expiring in January 2020 or December 2028. Sorry, that one added a bit of money to the portfolio today as well. Wasn't all positive though. There were some negatives. Apple, waiting for earnings on Apple. The Leap that I hold, which is a $290 call expiring in January 2028, it gave up some money. My Leap for Alphabet was also down. Not quite as much, but a couple $100. That is a $325 call expiring in the same time frame. And a Leap for Netflix, which is a $75 call expiring in December 2028. That was down a little bit. Just, I don't know why. I did update my portfolio today, tracking sheet. Hi, Jerry. On the screen, I've got my portfolio log, which just outlines what I did today. The link is in the description if you're ever interested in checking it out yourself. Progress towards $1 million is a little closer today. I'm back to where I was back at the beginning of July, before the real damage to the portfolio happened. Almost back there. So 18.9%. Today's gain in the RDSP alone was around $7,300. So $7,400. So, that's all right. But the negatives outweighed the positives, of course, on some things. So it was still a pretty good day. And let's take a look and see what everybody's saying. Hi, Jerry. Yeah, Meta has been disappointing. I'm sorry to hear that. It seems to have a lot to do with Meta's spending. There's some concerns around Meta's spending on AI. That's my understanding, anyways. I don't know if you're hearing anything different. I'm thinking it's getting close to my entry point. I said previously that 525 was where I'm looking, and it touched that pre-market, but I don't have access to pre-market trading, so I couldn't do anything about that. I think it was around 526 or something this morning early. So, I would have liked to have jumped on that had I had the opportunity, but I've got to put it in the plan and execute probably Monday or Monday's a holiday here, probably Tuesday. I think it's a holiday everywhere, if I'm not mistaken. First day of August, first Monday of August. But anyways, that was disappointing with Meta. Good time to jump on board, though, I guess. I've been watching it. I'm waiting on the earnings report from Apple to cross the news. Looks like it did. So far, Apple is showing negative. I'll just share my screen so you can see what I'm seeing. Yeah, Apple's looking pretty sickly right now. It's not looking good. Of course, it's early and things can turn around. There's probably concerns about their spending, or who knows. I'll have to check it out later on and find out why they're dropping. But it's not so bad compared to what Meta did yesterday. They're only down 1.5% almost right now, so that's okay. But we'll see what happens. The magic today came from Microsoft, and it was a good day to hold Microsoft stock or options. I'm grateful that I decided to make that trade only on July 7th, actually, that I made the purchase of the Leap instead of the stock. I had a bunch of shares of, I think 20 shares or 25 shares of Microsoft. I sold them to buy the Leap, and at this point, it's up almost $5,000 from where I bought it. So that's good. My exit point for that I've already predefined as according to my rules that I developed thanks to Claude. I'm trying this out, see how it goes. But I'm going to sell the Microsoft Leap when it gets to 50% profit. So that means that it's going to have a price of about $153 a share to cover the initial plus 50% plus the trading fees that I have to pay every time I buy or sell an option. So, am I exiting too soon? I don't know. Making 50% on your money in under a month seems like a possibility right now. And if that happens, I think I'll take the money and run. Is it silly to exit too soon? I don't know. But, the thing is, these things change. So I don't know. 50% seems like a reasonable exit to me. So that's what my decision is. That's what I'll be doing. Interested to hear how it's going for everybody. And interested to hear how things are progressing. We had a comment yesterday about the comment that I made about not liking how banks are charging for mutual funds. And someone felt that banks earn the money because actively managed mutual funds, in their opinion, do better during a market downturn. And I thought that was interesting. I mean, from what I've read, it's my understanding that passive funds actually outperform in the long term. But, there are some stars out there in management that do better during bad times. So, it's not all hard and fast rules. It's interesting to hear everybody's perspective, and I guess I have a little bit more risk tolerance than some, but that was interesting comment. So you can check out yesterday's live stream if you're interested, and weigh in. Do you think that mutual funds do better, or passive ETFs, like passive index ETFs, during downturns? I'd be interested to hear what everybody's opinion is. Like, do you get your money's worth when you're paying 2%? I don't know. What bothers me as someone who's got $100,000 invested in one ETF is that if I was invested in a mutual fund right now, a comparable mutual fund, I would be paying up to $2,000 a year in management fees, whether the market was positive or negative. And with the ETF, the comparable ETF that I'm in, my payment would be like 0.17%. So what's that, like $170? It's a big difference. Hi, Jerry. Warren Buffett said for one of his shareholders, he's only met 10 people that can consistently beat the market. I believe that. I mean, in my own case, I don't know how much is skill and how much is luck. I think a lot of it's luck. Like, I do my research, but I'm not as sophisticated as some. So I think I do get lucky. But I think part of preventing myself from doing poorly is having, the money in the diversified funds for the majority of the holdings. 10 people beat in his entire life. Wow. And he's had a 60-year trading career. That's interesting. Hey, Joe. Yeah, mutual funds use legacy overpriced. Interesting. VFV, I remember that one. Oh, no fee. Yeah. XEQT is like 0.15 or 0.17, something like that. Um, VDY is like zero point 0.2. I mean, the only thing that I can see positive in my perspective for buying mutual funds and why I've done it in the past is they allow fractional purchases, which if you're only putting in $50 or whatever in a month, and the shares are worth 25 or whatever, in that case you get two. But if it was like, a weird number, you end up with a fractional number of shares, which is kind of handy if you've got a set budget for what your contribution is every month, especially those of us on fixed income. So, I can see some benefit to it, but I just don't like how some of us so many disabled people in Canada get shoehorned into one product from certain banks. Like certain banks insist that we just have what they offer and not make our own decisions. And, it works for some, not for everybody, I guess. Who am I to judge? I wouldn't want it for me. I like having the freedom and the lower fees, but you get what you pay for, I guess. There's reasons people would choose that. I try to understand rather than judge, but it was an interesting discussion. Just difference of opinion, and that's what makes personal finance personal, I guess. Is it's up to you what you're gonna do. I do think that there are people out there though that would benefit from a managed product, like but I'd like to see more hybrid between mutual fund and ETF, where the fees are lower, it's a passive thing, and it's got the convenience of just setting it and forgetting it. I think there could be some appeal for that, and I'd have to look into more detail about what the banks are actually offering. I just noticed that they just said you can buy what we're offering. That's it. Jerry Buffett said that about the 10 people in his 2016 annual shareholder. I'll have to look that up. I like Buffett. I think he's a reasonable, intelligent man. There must be a book somewhere. Actually, I know that there is a book about the University of Berkshire Hathaway or something like that, and it's a compendium of his letters and other things. I saw it on Amazon. What do you call it? The audio. Thought it looked interesting. I'll have to check it out. So did anybody buy anything today? It was quite a green day. It looked exciting. I had other things going on, so I wasn't glued to the screen. I had my plan from 2 days ago and decided to execute. And this whole waiting 2 days things really makes you think twice before executing. I was all set I had kind of wished I'd done it yesterday because Rocket Lab was a little cheaper, but buying today, I think it's in time for their earnings I'm expecting to be positive in a couple weeks. And if they're not, there's 18 months to go. I'm justifying it to myself out loud. Been interested to hear if anybody bought anything or sold anything today. I guess not. It would be interesting to hear those. Like my understanding, the argument for mutual funds actually comes from their industry. They've spent a lot of money convincing a lot of people that they outperform consistently, and my understanding is the math just doesn't support that. There've been a number of studies that have indicated over the years that it's just it's the case that passive wins usually. So I find that interesting. There must be instances where having actively managed funds do better. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an industry. A little more wagon, right on. So, Jerry, when you buy S&P, are you buying SPY or another index when you do that, like another ETF? Just curious. I've been looking at SPY and thinking about it, but you know the currency exchange makes me think twice. I do like having a globally diversified fund, but I'm noticing that the U.S. market has definitely outperformed global this year. But yeah, I'm just curious if there's an ETF that you use for buying S&P. Oh, VU. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, I tend to buy a lot of Vanguard. I kind of liked Jack Vogel's philosophy, you know, when he was alive. He seemed like a straight shooter and not looking to, like, he was reasonable. He didn't take a massive salary, as I recall, and you know, he was seemed like a decent guy. Um, you're right about the global diversification. I got to revisit my philosophy. I think there's some Canadian equivalent funds that are U.S. focused, and it's worth looking at again. I mean, XEQT does good over the long run, but it's tempting when you see things do better stateside. It's tempting to change things up once in a while, and I don't know. I think my problem is I get bored with my portfolio the way it is sometimes. And I'm looking for excitement. I should just, I don't know, go to a horse race or something. But it is exciting to do your research and then find things, you know, going the way that you thought it would, or going against you and, you know, pooping your pants a little bit. But hope everybody had a good one. So tomorrow's Friday. It's the last day of July. Be interesting to see what happens with the options markets. Whether there's a sell-off. I heard that there was an issue with a lot of leverage being taken, like margin calls happening over the last couple of days. I don't know if it's still going on, but apparently it was a big deal. Hey, Joe. Okay, so you had a CFP do it. Holy crap. I've heard of that. You know, the winners at the end of the day are the are the people making commissions. I know some people very intimately who lost a chunk in 2008 thanks to mutual fund salesmen. And back then it wasn't as regulated as it is now, but they lost their nest egg. Like I'm talking in the hundreds, because things were rough, and it was real bad. I mean, it just goes to show that even the experts can make mistakes. That's why I like the passive thing. And doing my own research and taking smaller bets. You just don't know the way things are going to go. But, it's not to slam anybody. I mean, if you believe in that product, power to you. Who am I to judge? I just know it's not for me. I'm sorry you lost that kind of money, though, Joe. That really sucks. It's quite something. So I'm coming up to the age 49 cliff. They call it, where you turn 49 and you stop getting your grants and bonds from the government. I'm thinking about how I'm going to change my approach when that happens. I'll probably become a little more risk averse. I mean, when you get $3 for every dollar you contribute, it's tempting to be a little fast and loose, I think. I don't know if anybody else has found that with YardSP, but that's been my experience anyways. I mean, I like to protect the bond portion, but the investment portion, I like to be kind of aggressive with it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Jerry, you'd like to be fully invested in the S&P 500 if it dropped. Yeah, I think that's partly why I keep a little chunk of money just in the safe kind of bond ETF, because I'm expecting, I don't know, I'm not expecting the sky to fall, but there's enough people warning that things are overvalued, and who do you listen to? I mean, is that noise? Is that signal? I don't know. But it's apparently that's part of why so many funds do so well in market crashes, and they've been able to say that they do well, is because they keep such a large portion in cash that they don't lose much during a downturn, because so much is in cash or cash equivalents. It's not so much picking winners. So I've got that 20,000 sitting in the Treasury bond ETF that I would put into something like the S&P 500 or TSX index in a severe downdraft. I think not all of it, but probably another $10,000 into something. Yeah, it makes sense. I like what you're saying, Jerry. I think I do something similar, but it's hard to know where the bottom is when things are going. Like yesterday, when things were dropping so badly, it was tempting for me to deploy some of the money and say to hell with my rules, but I'm glad I didn't. Just not there yet. Yes, I agree. There's something to be said about having cash. you know, and now that the 10-year Treasury bond in the States is, what is it, 4.7% right now? It was 4.7 earlier, anyways. That's a fair bit of money just to collect for, something really secure. It's tempting. If I didn't get taxed on bond income in my RDSP, I'd probably take advantage of it. But with the currency exchange and then the taxation, it just doesn't make sense. But yeah, having some cash, nothing wrong with that. What do they call it? Clipping coupons? I think you're right, Jerry. I mean, are we overdue for a correction? I don't know. It seems like every year there's about a 10% drop at some point through the year. I guess it's knowing when when it's time to step in is the hard part. We just, that crystal ball just doesn't work for me. But the experts seem to think, things are overvalued, and it all depends on who you listen to, I guess. There's also the people that say that just put it all in the market and leave it alone, and it'll grow. And even if there is a drop, there'll be the recovery will outpace the drop. So I don't know. It's having the discipline to do that. I'm working on it. It's hard to sit still when things are going to hell. I think that's part of the issue, is that people think you got to do something when things are going bad. Makes sense. And when you're looking at a 10%, are you looking at the peak from 10% or from the day before? Because, I mean, if it was a 10% from the day before, I'd definitely be jumping in. Like Meta was so tempting today with how much it dropped, but I don't know if the punishment's over. Looks like Apple is reported, and they apparently disappointed because they're down 4.2% right now. Maybe it'll be a good day to buy Apple tomorrow. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. Peak to trough makes sense. Makes sense. So it's been a good one. Hope it has been for everybody else. Not sure I'm going to do anything tomorrow. Probably just a chill day. Broader market S&P. Yeah, an index drop of 10%. That would be catastrophic, wouldn't it? That'd be well. We had a day like that a couple of years ago in August, as I recall. It was terrifying, not knowing what to do. It was a day in August, as I recall, probably around when, what is it, Jackson Hole happened, or before that. There was just a sell-off. There was no reason for it, really. I think it happened 2 years ago. And, if I had cash at that time, I would have used it. I was fully invested. Anyways, it's been a good one. Hope you had a good one. I'm gonna sign off, and I'll catch you again tomorrow, 4:25. Thanks for watching again, Jerry and Joe and everybody else. It's been good. Interesting discussion about the mutual fund thing. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's kind of thinking twice about mutual funds. And, active management, passive management, that sort of thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think that anybody should work for free. Like, these management companies, they got to make money. I get it. But I don't like it when we as disabled people are putting our money into these funds that are being basically taxed by the banks without reasonable prospect of return. Some of them don't perform all that well, so I don't know. I just I don't like being thinking I'd be shoehorned into one of a couple of products. That's my issue with it. But if it's for you, then hey, power to you. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. I will catch you again tomorrow, and look forward to it. 4:25 tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey. Hey everybody, happy Friday. It's Patrick. I'm a disabled investor on a mission to grow my registered disability savings plan to $1 million and sharing the journey with you so you can learn from my mistakes. Today I wanted to start a little different by addressing a comment I received yesterday on one of my previous videos. It was from Nathan, who was asking if I would invest in something high risk. He's asking for his own situation, and I got to be honest, I can't answer advice questions. Like, I can't give advice. I'm not licensed to provide advice as a financial advisor, so I can't do that. But what I can do is say what I've done, and that's what this channel is kind of about, is sharing my journey and what I've done and how it's progressed. And I can say that it sounds like Nathan's pretty concerned about losing money. So you got to listen to that, I think. It's always good to consult with a professional to get advice. And as far as what I've done, I also am averse to losing money. You may have watched my journey and seen how things are going and how I do lose money from time to time. And I've learned that there are strategies to mitigate risk a little bit and to manage your risk and manage losses, that sort of thing. What I've done is developed a set of rules, mechanical rules that I'm trying to apply to my portfolio, where I don't put everything on the line in one thing. And I think that's something I'm picking up from this, is the concept that it's got to be black and white. I don't think it does. I think that you can make decisions about how much risk you're comfortable with and buy products accordingly. If you're an ETF investor or mutual fund investor, you can buy funds that are tailored to your own risk appetite. As far as picking individual stocks goes, I limit my risk to 3 to 5% of my entire portfolio. I try not to go beyond that. Sometimes I do. I also have rules for when I exit a position. I've established that with these leaps that I'm holding, I don't hold them beyond 50% profit. I mentioned yesterday I'm getting close with the Microsoft leap that I just bought at the beginning of the month, But if it's worth, 50% profit, the rule says I take it. So, mechanically, that removes emotion from the problem, which I think helps. Also, having rules about a cool down period before buying things has helped me avoid making emotional decisions. So, I mean, it's not really an answer to this question about what to do. I can't provide that kind of advice, but as I said, what I can say is what I've done. And I've developed a set of rules with the help of AI to manage risk according to what I'm comfortable with. You got to do some soul searching and figure out what's appropriate for you, I think, and maybe talk to a professional about designing a plan. Anyways, that having said that, I'll get into what happened in my portfolio today. It was kind of a short one. Didn't do anything as far as trading goes. I went to the gym. I'm still in my sweaty gym clothes. So anyways, while I was lifting weights, the market rallied. My portfolio finished the day at $191,639, which was a gain today of about $1,100 or 0.69% of, I think that's, 0.59% gain. I underperformed what the S&P 500 and NASDAQ did today, but outperformed what the TSX delivered today, which was a negative day. In terms of what my best and worst were, my Alphabet Leap, which is a $325 call expiring in January 2028, that was up almost $2,000. The Microsoft Leap, that is a $360 call expiring in January 2028, also gained $1,400. They're getting close to that 50% profit taking rule. And NVIDIA was actually up a little bit today, but I'm getting a little concerned about NVIDIA because of this rumor about it's not really a rumor. It's this thing about circular financing. You might have heard it in the news. I was curious about it, so I asked AI to explain it. And basically what the concern is that NVIDIA is providing vendor financing. They're providing financing to their clients like OpenAI, who is then investing the money or spending the money on Oracle, who is then spending the money back into NVIDIA. So there's concern about how this will all play out if there's a downturn, or if OpenAI isn't able to deliver some profitable results before long. So there's concern about that in the market. I'm hearing the noise. I don't know if it's signal or noise, but I'm cognizant of it, and I'm not risking more than what I've put into NVIDIA at this point. In terms of what didn't do so good today, Apple was the big loser for me. That Leap gave up $3,000 on its own. That is a $290 call expiring in January 2028. That dropped a bunch today. My Leap for Netflix is a $75 call expiring in December 2028. That dropped a bit, like hardly anything to speak of. And the Leaps for Sana Biotechnology, $2.50 calls, they dropped a bit today as well. I did update the spreadsheet today, so anyone who's interested can check it out and see where we're at in terms of the progression towards the $1 million goal. I will bring it up on screen in just a sec so you can see it. There it is. In terms of progress towards the $1 million mission, we're getting closer by a little tiny bit today. $1,500 change since yesterday's report, which means that I'm at just over 19% of the way to $1 million. So it's getting there. It's slow but sure, but it takes time. And there's where we're at today. Anyways, it's a beautiful day outside. Looks like I'm the only one talking into the void today, and that's okay. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to take advantage of the weather and enjoy the Canadian summers, which are too short, and spend some time on my patio. But it was a good day. Hope you had a good one, and I will talk to you again tomorrow. Hope my answer to Nathan's comment was, acceptable. I can't provide advice, as I said, but doing my best to help. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a good one, and I will talk to you again tomorrow. Cheers. Not financial advice. I'm sharing my personal journey.